Good morning and welcome along to the Jarama Classic. It's day 2 of the event. Of course, we have a very busy day of racing to bring you single-seaters, historic GTs and touring cars, and of course the Supercars Hispana, the Iberian Supercars Championship, always a highlight of this event, a modern highlight of this event, but plenty of exciting classic cars to take onto the circuit as well. As you can hear, we already have cars on the circuit, and we are going to go racing very shortly in the Carrera 80 and Group 1 grid. Slightly thinner on numbers this weekend, but always a nice mix of cars here. Group 1 Portugal and Carrera 80 converging. And this is a circuit where we see a lot of interesting battling among these historic cars, because of course there's the long flat-out run down to the first corner, which rather suits the high-powered stuff, and then you've got some of the more twisty and technical sections, as we can see here. I say that the grid is fairly light on numbers, but that's actually a bit of a misnomer, because I was looking at a grid that purely covers Carrera 80. However, of course, Carrera 80 and Group 1 Portugal sort of stand apart, and there is actually quite a healthy contingent of cars owed to that Group 1 Portugal grid. So it is quite a significant field, and actually quite a varied one at that. I thought I saw a Shelby Daytona Coupe a few moments ago. Now, that isn't actually a car on my entry list for this one, so there might have been a late addition to the grid. Either that or an early morning hallucination. We will look into that here. Not the hallucination. The idea that there is a couple of additional entries. Indeed, if we look at the quali grid sheet, that should give us the indicator. No mention of a Shelby Daytona in that either, so I think maybe... But there is one. I can see it with my own two eyes. Well, we'll see where it starts. But on pole position for this race, it's a driver familiar from yesterday's coverage, Paulo Lima, aboard his BMW E30. Yesterday driving a Porsche 3-litre RS, and in fact it is a Porsche 3-litre RS that we'll see on the front row alongside him. The HY Racing entry, the Porsche 911 3-litre RS of Oliver Muytjens and Bryce Pano, who we saw racing in the Iberian Historic Endurance Championship a little bit earlier in the weekend, and we will see that car, I think, back out in that race very shortly. So a busy day for Muytjens and Pano. All manner of cars at the sharp end of this field. A few Ford Escorts, a couple of RS2000s in the top 10, a couple of BMW E30s and E36s in the top 10, a Jaguar XJS V12, and indeed a couple of transaxle Porsches, a Porsche 968 Club Sport and a Porsche 928S. We spoke yesterday about certain cars only making sense to you when you're a little bit older, and that was actually in reference to the Porsche 9146 that was being run in the Iberian Historic Endurance. And I don't know whether it's just a Porsche thing, but I feel much the same way about those transaxle Porsches, especially the 968. I didn't really understand why you'd want a front-engine Porsche in my fleeting youth. But a 968 Club Sport is a car that I would absolutely love to have. Some wonderful specs on those cars. The typical colour match between the wheels and the paintwork just looks so fabulous. I would love one of those cars. Certainly, I think that everyone's dream garage will be represented in some capacity this weekend in the historic events, be it the Iberian Historic Endurance or the Carrera 80 Group 1 Portugal grid that we have here. If you like cars like GT40s, the Iberian Historic Endurance will feature one. And some fabulous 60s and 70s cars, Mustangs, and obviously lots and lots of 911s, as one would expect, but also some of the saloon cars of the 60s, the Ford Cortinas, the Mini Coopers of the world. So we're coming up on 9:10, and that is when we will go racing here this morning. And you can see some drivers with their doors open, trying to get some heat in or heat out of the car. A couple of Datsun 1200s, I believe that was, further down the field. We've got no fewer than 4 Datsun 1200s on this grid. One of them being a coupe model. But some great cars across the board. Toyota Starlets, lots of BMW E30s, plenty of Volkswagen Golfs as well, a Scirocco also. And And a Honda Civic as well, which I think would be an EF potentially. Civic. Would need to lay eyes on it. And there is indeed a Cobra at the front of the field. Now, looking at that, I'm going to suggest that that's the Oliver Moitian's Bryce Pano car. And I'm guessing that their Porsche is being rested for Iberian Historic Endurance, and they've wheeled out the Shelby Daytona, which is very cool. It's maybe not quite the car for this grid. If anything, you do it the other way, because there is a Cobra, of course, a 427 Cobra in Iberian Historic Endurance. It looks a bit more in keeping on that grid, but here, the Shelby looks a bit out of place. It is, however, going to race with us, which is very exciting, and quite the mix of cars, therefore, at the front of the field. One of the Escorts looks like it's not gotten underway. That might well be the quickest of them, Jarama Gomez and Nuno Afoito, which is a big shame. Indeed it is. The Centro Classico entered Ford Escort RS 2000, which we expected to be right up there. Looks like they're toiling away to try and get this car moving, but it's going to be starting from the back of the grid by the looks of it, if they do get it going. Well, the pack of cars gets rolling, as does the Escort, but again, by my understanding, that should be starting from the back of the field now, since everyone's already gone by. So let's run you through the grid quickly as we get ready for this race to begin. It is the pairing of Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella that start on pole position aboard their BMW E30. Then, listed as a Porsche 911 3-litre RS, Oliver Moitians and Bryce Pano. They are now out in their Shelby Daytona Coupe. Jarama Gomez and Nuno Afoito would have lined up third. Have they moved back through the field? I think they may have done, actually, yes. So I think they will be starting from P3. Kylian Revuelta Rodriguez and Gustavo Castro, the BMW M3 E36 in fourth place. Then it's the transaxle Porsche row, Jose Maria Perez and Luis Tuyero, the Porsche 968 CS and the Porsche 928S of Ruben Ferreira and Pedro Gordo alongside. Row 4, Pedro Melo and Carlos Diaz Pedro, and then Andre Castro Pinheiro and Ernesto Silva on the fourth row there in their wonderful Jaguar XJS. Going into row 5 of the grid, the BMW 325i E36, and then the RP Motorsports Scirocco of Nuno Paradello and Marcus Rao. The Efficar entered Juan Alonso and Jose Antonio Zarilla in their Honda Civic are next, and then Cesar Freitas rounding out the top dozen in his BMW 323i. Up and down the field, though, some fantastic looking cars. A few cars, again, that I don't strictly see on the entry list or indeed the qualifying order, but some really interesting cars up and down the field. We're about to go racing here. It will be, as you see, the 5, 6, 7 in. That's Alberto Xavier and Enrique Xavier's Datsun 1200 that is going to be starting from the pit lane. But this race begins. 40 minutes of racing is underway, and it's an unconventional drag race as the Cobra blasts alongside and past the E30 BMW on the run to the first corner. But the BMW will, of course, have much, much better brakes, and that allows Paulo Lima into an early race lead. The rest of the field goes through. It's an EG Honda Civic that is being run by Alonso Boras. The grey Civic in the midfield. The Porsche 924 there under pressure from what I believe is the Cesar Freitas entered BMW 323i, but particularly beefy example of the breed. If so, looks more like a 5 Series to my, granted, not entirely trained eye. Everyone then seems to have made it through the opening corners without issue. Indeed, that includes the Centro Classico Ford Escort that didn't get off the line. So that car being started by João Mira Gomez, and João did reclaim his third place on the grid and has continued on. And after exiting the pits to rejoin the race, unfortunately the 567 car of Alberto Xavier has come to a halt after just a few corners. That is not the start that they wanted. There is the Escort. Maybe it did start from the rear of the field because it's climbing its way through now. That is the Centro Classico car of João Mira Gomez. Already up into the top 10 by the looks of it. Side by side with the Scirocco there, getting in amongst it. That's Nuno Paradelio. I should say. The Golf-ish livery on that car. I can assure you that has no connection to any program that ran in period. Oh, we've got one car off the circuit. We've got a few cars off the circuit, and the Porsche 924 is unfortunately in amongst that. I think that could be Samuel Vidal's Escort that's with them. But Antonio Reis, oh, and a BMW E30 in that as well. I think that might be the Ciudad Ducal car of Jean Atayo Dino. But 3 cars involved. I think someone missed their braking point by a significant margin. Well, that shot offers no solutions to whom did it, but clearly something quite significant has gone down there at the first corner. We now see safety car boards out on the circuit, perhaps unsurprisingly, but yeah, 3 cars seemingly involved with that, and let's confirm. Yes, I was right. Unfortunately, I was right on all counts. It's Samuel Vidal's Escort RS 2000, the Atayo Dinao Ciudad Ducal BMW E30, and then the Racing Carvalhosa Porsche 924. So those trio of cars are in the gravel. Of course, we've also got the Xavier family Datsun pulled up from the first lap, so a little bit of work for the marshals to do, and I think there's just been a discussion between the 3 drivers. I don't know, everyone's still stood up, so that's the good news. everyone is a little bit miffed with how that's ended. And a lot of teams are going to have a lot of work to do on their cars. So the safety car is probably going to go a few laps here. There's another car off as well. One of the VW Golf entries. I think that's the RP Motorsport entry of the 526 crew. That being Hugo Silva and Ivan Mateo Alvarez. So that's another car stricken on the first lap. Quite a lot of casualties on the first lap. 5 cars between the incident, I grant you, at the beginning of the second lap and the 2 cars that became stranded on circuit. That will get towed away by the Nissan. Is that a Nissan Frontier? I think it might be. It's too large to be an X-Trail. But a Frontier is exclusively a pickup truck, so I don't know. Maybe a Pathfinder. But the Nissan recovery vehicle will tow them away. You know what? I think first thought, best thought. That is an X-Trail. But the Golf being towed in. Of course, on the subject of Nissans and indeed their precursors, these Datsuns that we see on screen. Always worth remembering just how big Nissan was in Spanish motorsport for such a long time. You go back to the 90s and a flock of very good drivers like Luis Perez Sala, were driving Nissan Primeras in the Spanish Championship, the Spanish touring cars. There was quite a lot of Nissan money, or at least Nissan Spain money, put into that. If memory serves me correctly, Jesus Pereira was also part of the equation in the mid-90s Spanish Nissan lineup. There's that wonderful Jaguar XJS V12 powered car, reminiscent of the Tom Walkinshaw Group A machines from the European Touring Car Championship in the late 70s, early 80s. The recovery process ongoing, and it is rather all systems go around the circuit. We've got a spoil of riches when it comes to recovery vehicles, but we need a lot of them all at once at the moment. Datsun is fairly out of harm's way. I do wonder if they might leave that. Well, there is a recovery, or a little gap in the fence about 50 meters back, so if they want to push it out of harm's way, it shouldn't be too tricky. Indeed, with the Datsun 1200, you could probably also just lift it over the Armco with 3 burly men and a little bit of encouragement. Still can't get over the sight at the front of the field, though. BMW E30 M3 and a Shelby Daytona Cobra. We're going to test the burly men theory. No, we're going to push the car away. We're pushing the car towards the track. This is an attempted bump start. Okay, no, they are going to withdraw the car to the access roads, which is probably for the best after they were fighting problems even getting the car out onto the circuit. It's certainly not the way Alberto and Enrique Xavier wanted to see their race end. Still, the speed with which they're pushing it suggests to me that Alberto has maybe convinced them that the car could run again if they just give it a big enough push. E30 gets craned away. Is that the last car left in the gravel, or is the 924 still there off screen? Either way, we're going to have an additional lap, at least one more additional lap of safety car. I believe it's minute 15 to 25 of this race where we'll have our mandatory pit stop window, and we are encroaching on the end of the 13th minute right now, so unless they elect to delay the pit window, we may well have pit callers next time by. The car's rolling away then, and sure, these drivers will be getting frustrated. They all want to pedal their cars to the respective limits, and when we do get the safety car restart, I'm particularly interested in what's going to happen with the Moichins and Pano Shelby Daytona. Certainly, if Paulo Lima hits the throttle early, then again, running down to the first corner, you'd put money on the Shelby Daytona getting to the braking zone first. By the end of the braking zone, the BMW may well be back through. And ever the diligent negotiator, Alberto Xavier has received a full push back to the pit lane. And now the team is looking to, I guess, see if there's anything they can do to get back out there on the circuit in the Datsun 1200. He's in good spirits at least, but also reading the body language, maybe a little bit miffed that he's in the pit lane. Now, yet to hear any for or against when it comes to the pit window being delayed. The pit window should theoretically already be open at this juncture. But I'm yet to see a bulletin to confirm that. I suppose the story will be told in the visual medium. Will we see anyone pit this time? Now, again, safety car lights are on, so we're not going to go racing this time, and I think they're still working on getting the Porsche out of the gravel. And there are indeed cars coming into the pit lane, so among them is the Cobra, the Shelby Cobra Daytona. Now this could be a pivotal move in the race if some of the front runners make their pit stop now. And look at that, a lot of people have elected to come in. It's going to be a very busy pit lane there. There will be enough space for everybody, but certainly there's not going to be too much excess space. And I wonder if you're Paulo Lima, if you're the E36 M3 driven by Revelto Rodriguez and Castro Rodriguez, have you just made a mistake staying out there on the circuit? I dare suggest you might have done. You can see the Porsche 924 in the back of shot being recovered. And I think those that have stayed out there, which is, let's face it, a minority of the overall field, may have just made an error. The cars that stayed out, there are only 9 of them. The Lima Paradella E30, the Rodriguez BMW M3, the Melo and Diaz Pedro Ford Escort, the Tejero Gomez, rather the Perez Tejero Porsche 968, the Jaguar XJS has stayed out, the Teo Antonio Perez Eficar BMW E36 has stayed out. Cabral Menezes in his VW Golf has stayed out as we start to see cars now exiting the pits. Oh, white line crossed by a couple. That usually nets you a penalty. Only 9 cars stayed out there and now already exiting are those that are pitted, including that lovely little Toyota Starlet of João Neves. Is the safety car coming in this time? Are the lights out on the safety car? Could do with seeing a tight shot of that to confirm. Missed the opportunity. Will the safety car come in? Safety car will come in, but will we have cars following? You can understand those who have stayed out because they haven't really had any chance to drive. They've done one lap and then they followed the safety car. But I think that's going to be a costly call as Paulo Lima powers away in the BMW E30. Followed by the younger E36, then the 968 and the XJS going to battle as we get into this race again. You expect the XJS to have a slight power advantage over that 968. You've got cars further around the circuit that have come out from the pits. The Civic and the BMW 323i of Cesar Freitas there. Freitas' car, which is running in the Group 2 class, and in fact is a E21 BMW 3 Series. Once I got a look at the rear of the car, it suddenly made sense to me what I was looking at. But, a very good car, and just clearing off there against the EG Honda Civic, the early 90s. I think that'll be around a 1993 car. A 1993 car being something I'd like to label as more modern, but let's face it, it was 33 years ago. There's your Porsche 928 just behind the recovering Escort. This is the Centro Classico car that was started by João Gomes. I think Nuno Alfoito has taken that over. Now, is the BMW coming in? No. Continuing on. Paulo Lima paid for some laps and he's going to take them. In the background, the E36 comes in, so Kilian Roberto Rodriguez will hand over to Gustavo Castro Rodriguez. Good to see as well the Escort RS2000 making its way back out onto the circuit. Samuel Vidal, we just saw exiting the pit, so that was one of the cars that was involved in that collision down at the first turn. In meanwhile has come the XJS, so Andre Castro Pinheiro will hand over to Ernesto Silva here. That car appears to be on Gibraltar plates, if I'm not mistaken. Style number plate on the rear of the car, and I think that's a Gibraltar plate. Alfa Romeo 1600 GT Junior there, the lovely little red coupe in the middle of shot, but look at the Starlet, some good straight line speed in that, and indeed you can quite nicely tune up some of those early 90s Starlets into quite a straight line speed demon. Appears to be the case where it comes to João Neves' example. One car pitting in the back of shot. Was that Paulo Lima finally coming in? Have to this time by, and indeed Lima has come into the pit lane, so race leader, the RP Motorsport BMW, is in. So with that car in the pit lane, I think the big question is how long until get an idea of where it is relative to the leading cars. Well, Moitians and Pano have already gone past the start-finish line, so that Cobra is going to be our new race leader. So rather as anticipated, those that have pitted in the safety car have benefited massively formerly leading BMW is currently listed in 5th place, 6th place, and is yet to leave the pits. Of course, where you've got pit stops running to a top delta, if you pit under safety car, your pit stop costs you a lot less time and distance once things are back up to racing speed. You see the E36 there with the FINA homage livery. FINA BMW is a huge part of the R24 Hours and even the French and Spanish Super Touring series in the 90s. Van Muller famously in the early stages of his touring car career driving a FINA-backed BMW. Now, has the E30 come back out? According to my timing screen, the Lima Paradella BMW E30 went into the pits and is yet to come back out. In fact, they are now all out. But it looks to me like the Lima Paradella car, which will have been taken over by its second driver, so it will now be Jose Paradella at the wheel. That car's dropped out of the overall top 20 because of the pit stops. That's a huge seed change then in the rankings of this race, and now that the pit stops are concluded, we'll talk you through the top 10. It is the Moitians and Pano Cobra, listed on the timing screen as a Porsche, but we've seen that it's a Shelby Daytona Cobra in the lead. In second place, it's the Ford Escort RS2000 of Mira Gomez and Afoito. Afoito now at the wheel of that car, but he is being homed in on by the Ferreira and Gordo-driven Porsche 928S. There is the leading car, the Cobra, in the back of shot. The Team Squadra R Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, the 588 machine of Pinto and Ferreira, is currently 4th. And rounding out the top 5 is the Scirocco of Paraldeo and Ruau. The Gulf liveried Scirocco that we've seen out and about, now running 5th overall. That was one of the first cars back out of the pits. Mura and Aniceto in their VW Golf GTI Mark 1 running 6th. The Melo and Diaz Pedro Ford Escort RS2000 running in 7th position. Then it's Teo Antonio Perez and his BMW E25i in 8th position. Rounding out the top 10, João Neves in his Toyota Star running 9th. He was an early pit visitor, of course. And the Cabral, Menezes and Pettis VW Golf in 10th place. The XJS, meanwhile, that we were just looking at is now 11th. So Castro Pinheiro and Silva Vieira in 11th place right now. Those cars that stayed out there have lost a lot of time. Lima and Paradella are 20th out there on the road in that BMW E30 that looked likely to win. The M3 was looking very impressive in terms of pace in the early stages before the safety car came out, and now they'll be lucky to make their way back to the overall top 10. And then ditto behind them, the Porsche 968 that will have been taken over by Luis Tugero. That car looking distinctly disadvantaged by the pit stop, now 21st behind the M3. The order of this race then has been significantly jumbled. nice battle there between the BMW 1600 Ti of Francois Guerin and the Alfa of Felix Ribeiro. We've got one car gravel bound. Now hopefully they've emerged from that cloud. I think it may have been that BMW. Now that car has been hit by something, you can see at the front. So was there another car involved in that? There doesn't look to be a second car in the gravel. Replay. I don't know if that was contact. I think that may have been all on its own, but unfortunately that is the Cesar Freitas BMW. Getting looped around there. So we're into the final 10 minutes of the race. The car in the lead is the Paulo Lima Jose Paradella Shelby Cobra. Be hard pressed to bet against a win, especially with a 54-second advantage that they now have. It does appear that the Ford Escort of Nuno Foito is quicker than the 928 behind it in the battle for second place. Yes, on the last lap, 4/10 quicker. So Nuno Foito's RS2000 on course for a second place finish. Given that car almost missed the start of the race entirely, that is good news. There is the Escort with the orange front end, just in the back of shot. Lap traffic up ahead, including the 968, which you'd expect to be much further up the field, but it's running in 20th place now. You see the 928 in the back of shot. This is the car being driven by Pedro Gordo, chasing down that orange-fronted Escort, which is our second place car. 57 seconds off the race lead, unlikely to make any forward progress. The Porsche 928 goes through. It's a V8 powered car. The Porsche V8 can be made to sound absolutely evil. There's one on the UK scene that sounds like action movie muscle car. Has been firmly straight piped and allowed to sing, allowed to breathe. Datsun 1200s, always in amongst it. It's the 565 entry. Is the leading car actually in the Production Cup subclass of this race, the Santa Barbara Almeida car, just being lapped by one of the Golfs there. There's the Moitians Pano entry, which is the leading car overall, the leading car of the Carrera 80 entries as well. First car belonging to the Group 1 Portugal series is the Mira Gomez and Foito Escort in second place. Indeed, that 928 also belonging to that category, so I think that's a battle for Group 1 win. But in Carrera 80, the substitute car, it was meant to be a Porsche 3-litre RS, but the Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe has come out instead. Indeed, Oliver Moitians and Pano have had a very solid race. It is now Bryce Pano at the wheel. Thought that maybe that number 7 BMW would have the measure of the much older but much more powerful Shelby. But with the Cobra pitting at the first opportunity and the BMW staying out there, the dynamic of the race has shifted. Indeed, that BMW, the pole-sitting car, Jose Paradella, up to 11th place, so it has been charging up the field, but well over a lap down. The quickest car out there, a 151.593 last time. Which would put it not too far back from the BMW M2 Racing Cup Iberia cars that we see on the Supercars GTC and TC grid, quite impressively. Is the E30 turning into the first corner. Sure, they will feel that they should have been leading this race. Unfortunately, that's not come to pass. Yes, Hal's on, the V12 powered machine. You can see the rear is fairly softly sprung on that car as it flicks its way through the Fangio bend, rather through Farina bend, I should say. 587 Golf has come to a halt. That is the Cabral Menezes car, actually. Patiz as well, who would have taken that car over. And that car was running well. It was in the top dozen. Unfortunately now being pushed back behind the wall on the approach to the Ascari bend. In this race, as one may expect. Hopefully we see them back out for race 2 later in the day. A bit of a Datsun battle ongoing here. Is this the fight for the Production Cup lead? Yes, it is. This is 20th and 21st overall. The 565 and the 590 entries, respectively. 565 being driven by Manuel Almeida. That's the car leading the scrap. And then the 590 has been taken over by Guillaume Gregorio. They're fighting it out for the lead among the Production Cup runners, the Datsun 1200. So it looks like Gregorio got a better run there. Out of the hairpin sequences in that first sector. They're going to be side by side and ever so slightly rally crossing as they make their way towards Ascari. And Guillaume Gregorio, with a lot of commitment there on the outside, has moved into the lead on what should be the penultimate lap of the race for them. To having a ding-dong battle for what will be the class leads. See in the back of shot that they're being caught up by the E30 M3 of Paradella and Lima. Hit 0, so this is the final lap of the race. We wait to see the Cobra cross the line again. It's just in the first sector of the lap at the moment, actually, so we're going to get one more lap of racing for everybody, including that ding-dong battle at the front of Production Cup. To the inside goes Almeida trying to retaliate to claim the lead back, but not happening right now. Guillaume Gregorio holds on. Proof that you don't need power to have a good race. Side by side again. Inside line belonging to Gregorio. That should be the advantage that he needs. He slightly cost himself some momentum there. They're going to remain practically side by side as they sweep out of Farina. I think Gregorio, though, has the measure. Meanwhile, coming through the final corners will be our winning car. Checkered flag is about to come out, and it will be the Shelby Cobra that wins the race. Moitians and Pano. The car will be crossing the line any moment now. And it has crossed the line, so we've missed that, but the winner has crossed the line, the Shelby Cobra Daytona of Oliver Moitians and Bryce Pano. As the Production Cup battle continues to run side by side. The Volkswagen Golf getting in amongst it here, probably to the disadvantage of Gregorio. I think that Golf ever so slightly hampered him. They're still going to be side by side as they come out of the corner there, and I think Gregorio struggled for a shift a little bit, and that's going to give Almeida a great run up the hill, and I think Almeida has that Production Cup win sewn up. Yes, he does, out of the last proper corner. And then through the Maria di Villota bend to conclude the lap. It is going to be a win in the Production Cup for Almeida. Just. I'm sure that Guillaume Gregorio will shake his hand after a very exciting battle, but Guillaume Gregorio just missing out there after a great final lap. You can see the thumbs up from Gregorio there, and I think I see a smile through that open face helmet as well. That's what racing is all about. Well, the checkered flag has come out for everybody then, and it is the Cobra of Moitians that has won this race. Door open on the big V8. The Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. 169 car will head back in. There's the moment the race was won across the line. And a good final stint there by Jose Paradella. Really consolidated the lead that he was inherited after the early pit stop. Selfless of Oliver Moitians to pit so early and effectively give himself no real track time. Of course, I said Jose Paradella, I meant Bryce Pano, crossing the line to win the race in the Cobra for the second stint of the race. So then the winning car, the Cobra of Moitins and Pano, winning the overall standings, also the first Carrera 80 car home. The Mira Gomez Afoito Escort winning the Group 1 Portugal element of the race from second overall. Ferreira and Gordo taking third overall in the Porsche 928S, led home by the Pinto and Ferreira, or rather followed home by the Pinto and Ferreira Golf in fourth place, the first of the 1600cc cars home among the Portugal grid, the Group 1 Portugal cars. They were followed by Pardaleo and Rual in 5th place in the Scirocco. In 6th position, the Melo and Diaz Pedro Escort RS2000. A solid recovery to 7th place for Paulo Lima and Paradella, but they'll be maybe slightly annoyed with themselves that they didn't elect to pit during that safety car, because that's what cost them ultimately, but 7th will do. In 8th place, the Teo Antonio Perez E36, the 325i in 8th place. The Mura and Aniceto Golf in 9th position. And then rounding out the top 10 was the Jaguar XJS V12, Castro, Pinheiro and Silva Vieira taking that car to the flag. In 11th place, the Revelta Rodriguez and Castro Rodriguez BMW M3 E36. Cesar Freitas taking 12th place in the RP Motorsport BMW 323i, even though we saw him go rally crossing. The Ethicar Honda Civic of Boris and Antonio Zarilla taking 13th. 14th place, the Maria Perez and Tejero 968 Porsche, another car that didn't pit in the early stages. In 15th place, Felix Ribeiro in his Alfa Romeo 1600 GT Junior, just ahead of the Melo and Gagliardini RP Motorsport VW Golf. The Payardon and Guerin BMW 1600 Ti in 17th. That car was having a good scrap with the Ribeiro Alfa earlier. João Neves, I think, had a problem at some point. He dropped back to 18th position, having previously been in the top 10. And then that battle that we saw between Almeida and Gregorio at the end of the race was for 19th and 20th overall. The Datsun 1200s at play. And it was 0.4 of a second in it, eventually in favour of Almeida. And that brings us down to the end of the top 20. You see the rest of the finishers on your screen. And as those cars head back into the paddock, our next grid already getting ready to roll, and it will be the single-seater series action. Majority of the grid being Formula Renault 2-litre cars, so that should be good fun. I'll lay out and let you enjoy these highlights from this race. So then the cars of the single-seater series are on the grid. They're about to roll on their formation lap. It will be a 20-minute race for these cars. Only 7 set to take the start here. But a good number of quick drivers in amongst it. Pole sitter is Fernando Meyer Gaspar in his Formula Renault Tata chassis, which I think is actually the newest of them out there on circuit. Then it's Duarte Perez in second place, followed by Andre Pardal. Now those two were the protagonists of the opening round at Portimao. Fernando Laranjo is next, 4th position in his Mygale PNC 2001. That's a Formula Novis car. Christopher Kirby Higgs in 5th position in his Formula Renault 2-litre. That car lines up 5th. In 6th position, Rui Silva in his Formula Renault car. Silva starting from 6th place, and then at the rear of the field, the rather unique-looking Gloria B4 of Martin Sierra. And that car is motorcycle engined. It's a 1-litre Yamaha R1 engine, I believe. And that car is more commonly seen in hill climb competition, Italian-built machine. But good to see a Gloria out in circuit racing. And we are about to go racing. It should be a standing start as per usual here in the single-seater series. Can anybody beat Fernando Meyer Gaspar? That's the big question for this race. In qualifying, there was only 4 tenths between Meyer Gaspar and Duarte Perez on the front row of the grid, so I think we're in for a close battle between them. And I'm also not convinced that Andre Pardal showed us his full performance. He was 2.2 seconds off of pole. He starts from 3rd on the grid, and I know that he can go quicker than that, so we'll have to see how this one unfolds. They're about to line up in their positions. We will go racing. There we go, we are underway. Fernando Meyer Gaspar with the early lead then from pole as we run to the first corner. And a lock-up there from Duarte Perez as they turned into the first corner. Shouldn't be anything too major, maybe a slight flat spot on the tyre. But right on the gearbox of Fernando Meyer Gaspar from the start is Duarte Perez. Gaspar again with the slightly newer iteration of the 2-litre Formula Renault machine. Duarte Perez keeping a very close brief on that car as they go through the motions of the first lap. Scari Bend and Portago now giving way to this downhill sweeper and the Beati S's. Again, the Jarama circuit, a former Spanish Grand Prix venue. Of course, it's increasingly home to Formula E. They've confirmed that they're going to have their pre-season testing here again in November, so still a circuit with a lot of credentials for single-seater racing specifically. As we come across the line, Meyer and Pardal not split by an awful lot of time. Rather, Meyer and Perez, I should say. Perez, I think, has a transponder issue, so he's being manually timed here. And rather as foretold by the qualifying times, Perez locking up, but Perez is right there with Meyer. However, it looks to me like Meyer is... Oh, he's pushed too far there, coming out of Farina. That could be the opportunity that Duarte Perez needs. Under the bridge they go. Perez is going to go around the outside, potentially, here at Ascari. That doesn't work very often. It didn't work that time. Well, Meyer, by the skin of his teeth, has held on. But to be honest, I think he's a lucky boy, Fernando Meyer. That could have quite easily ended in Meyer being pitched into a slide and then contact between the two of them as the white and blue car was off on the grass. Down the main straight they go once again. Lap 2 in the books. Still only 4/10 between them, as you see there. Perez pulling out of the slipstream, threatening the number 2 machine of Meyer. I think that car will continue to loom as this race goes on. Both cars prepared by the G-Tech company. Once again support a majority of the grid in this one, but they'll be watching on with bated breath, hoping that their pair of clients out there do not collide at any point. I'm slightly surprised that Andre Pardal hasn't really gone with these guys. I thought that he would be roughly on par from a pace perspective, but that's not proven to be the case so far. Of course, pushing to the limit here at Jarama. Rather a different proposition than Portimao. Portimao, a much more modern venue, of course, a once and future home of the Portuguese Grand Prix. And while this is also a former Grand Prix venue here at Jarama, there's a lot more gravel and grass to catch out a driver. And certainly this being an amateur-led series, you often see the state of play change when there's that X factor. The gap between these two has been no more than half a second at any juncture. And so that's where our attention is focused. Gaspar has set 2 best sectors in a row through Sector 1 and Sector 2 this lap. I think His pace is steadily improving. And certainly the gap is slightly larger between himself and Perez this time by. Gap is out to 3/4 of a second at the line last time. In third position is Andre Pardal. He's well clear of the next car, that being the Formula Novice Mygale of Fernando Larraño in fourth position. He in turn is about 2.5 seconds clear of Christopher Kirby Higgs in the entry from Fun Speed Racing Engineering. Leaders coming up there on the Gloria B4 of Antonio Martin Sierra. Car at the back of the field has gone a lap down, and the car in 6th place is Ruiz Silva, who, again, I think he was pretty close to Christopher Kirby Higgs last time, but Kirby Higgs seems to be a little more confident at this track today. Is out over a second for the first time between Fernando Meyer and Duarte Perez. Not yet halfway through this race. Perez was clearly pushing in the early stages, so I don't know if he's going to have as much tyre to work with, as much stamina to work with as this race goes on to try and chase down Meyer. It's getting warmer out there on the circuit. Air temperature currently at just over 24 degrees Celsius. The track temperature is knocking on the door of 44 degrees Celsius. So for Perez, as he pushed on there early on, we saw him locking up. We saw him taking lines that were slightly more impactful on the tyre. And I think that as the race goes on, he's maybe going to struggle a little bit more than Meyer, although he's sticking with him on this lap at least. We're going to cross the line here to complete the 6th lap of the race, and shortly thereafter we'll cross the 10-minute mark, and thus half distance here in the single-seater series race number 1. Ascari Bend go our race leaders. The gap was effectively the same last time across the line at 1.0 seconds, but I think that's gone out a little bit on this lap. It looked to me there like Perez was out wide coming through the Portago Bend. Out too far the gap. It'll still be maybe 1.1, 1.2 seconds, if that, because Perez has had a fairly solid run there through the middle sector. Indeed, the gap was actually down, so back under a second. Duarte Perez closer to Fernando Maya, and in fact, fastest lap, personal best lap of the race at least, from Duarte Perez last time by. 37.0 is his best of the race thus far. A jump start has been recorded from Christopher Kirby Higgs. So the number 12 car, which we just saw in the back of shot, is going to have 5 seconds added to his race time for a jump start. Now that won't do anything to the order. That will be a shame. There's Fernando Louranho's Formula Novis machine, the Portuguese early 2000s single-seater discipline. That car is Ford-powered. Rather compact-looking Gloria B4. Very short wheelbase on that car, and also a very, very high rear wing. Martin Sierra driving that car in 7th place. The leaders come across the line. The gap is back out over 1 second at 1.196 at the line. Remains is whether Duarte Perez can hold on enough, and you know, maybe as we see there, the Gloria again getting lapped. It could be lap traffic that determines this race. Certainly Antonio Martin Sierra there did nothing wrong in the Gloria, kept his line consistent and predictable and allowed the top two through, but I think before the end of the race they might just catch up to Silva. And maybe, no, Kirby Higgs is going too quickly, so Silva may get lapped before the end of this race, and that could be a little bit of a stumbling block. Certainly with the brief lap traffic there, we have seen the gap come down, and if anything, yeah, it's the smallest gap that we've seen in a while, 0.5 of a second between Maya and Perez that time by. Looking at the speed traps, unfortunately with Perez's car having transponder issues, we're not getting exact speed trap data for the second place machine, but it looks consistently quicker in a straight line, and indeed that new car, or newer car of Maya, it does appear to be slightly slower in a straight line. It's got more aero, the engine is fairly similar, but it would appear that it has a bit less gumption in a straight line versus certainly Andre Pardal and Christopher Kirby Higgs cars that are both quicker in a straight line on the data, and I would think that Duarte Perez is quicker as well, looking at the gain down the main straight. Now, we approach the main straight again. The gap between them is certainly smaller than it has been over the last couple of tours. Perez is not close enough for a move into turn one, but he'll have the slipstream towing him all the way down the main straight, and he will be fairly close to the rear of Fernando Maya, and just taking a different line there, I think, to the obvious in the mirrors of Mayer, just to say hello, still very much present and correct. The gap at the line this time was just under 0.6 of a second. Saw there a lock-up for Duarte Perez, getting a replay of that now, and that was one of the worst ones we've seen so far. Again, just potentially risking damage to that left front tyre. Lost pictures there in the commentary box, but we've seen a scrappy lap there from Duarte Perez. 1.137 seconds. We saw that lock up, we saw another moment at the final corner, and the gap is out now over a second again in favour of Fernando Mayer. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Time is running out for Duarte Perez. He's got quite a gap now between himself and Mayer ahead, and I think potentially Mayer has now withstood that pressure. Perez was definitely making a charge for a couple of laps there, and now it seems he's pushing a little bit too hard. Get the impression that Mayer has done enough, but saying that, through this lap it does seem that Perez has brought himself fractionally closer again. I think the gap will still be around a second. As they cross the line, the gap was 0.921. Perez again looking a little bit racier in a straight line, but doesn't seem to be able to use that to his advantage. Fernando Mayer, who has led this race from pole position from the start of the race, has been managing this well, and again Duarte Perez just dragging his front left with that little lock-up going through what is the third proper corner of the lap in my mind's eye. That's the Le Mans corner, that very cambered, almost hairpin that he's locked up at a couple of times. Again, they're going to come up with some lap traffic here, and it's that Gloria B4 again. Mayer and Perez turning through the Yatieses for the final time. Just the Monza bend and the Maria di Viotta curve to go. And it looks like Fernando Mayer has done enough. Perez is again drawn fractionally closer on this lap. Mayer turns through the final corner. He will see the checkered flag flying, and it will be a first win in his first appearance of the season in the single-seater series. Mayer takes it by just a few tenths at the line. The gap on that last lap was a mere 0.7 of a second. Andre Pardal taking P3. Fernando Laranjo will be next across the line in fourth place aboard his Formula Novis Mygale PNC 2001. Here is the Mygale. Will take fourth position ahead of Christopher Kirby Higgs, who will retain his fifth place despite
5-second penalty for a jump start. Last car across the line will be Ruiz Silva to take 6th place. Martin Sierra has already crossed the line in his Gloria B4. And with that, the single-seater series race will come to an end. So Fernando Maya winning by just 0.8 of a second over Duarte Perez. Andre Pardal rounding out the podium in his Tatus Formula Renault and all Formula Renault top 3. Laranjo taking 4th place. Fernando Laranjo in 4th. Christopher Kirby-Higgs in 5th position. Ruiz Silva in 6th. And the number 8 car, the Gloria B4 of Antonio Martin Sierra, rounding out the finishing order in this, the first race of the weekend for the single-seaters. The Jarama Classic continues. And next up on the grid, we go back to historic racing with the Historic Endurance Championship. Their second 50-minute race is up next on the circuit. So that was the highlights of the single-seater series first race. They'll be back out at the end of the day for another 20-minute encounter. For now, though, the Jarama Classic strides forward. We move into the Iberian Historic Endurance with their second 50-minute race. That will be immediately followed by the Iberian Supercars in both the TC and GTC divisions, followed by the GT4s. And we look forward to seeing how that unfolds with the Iberian Supercars. The main event of the weekend, that will be up next. But for now, a very compelling 50 minutes ahead in the Iberian Historic Endurance. Always one of the most varied grids you could ever hope to see. And the race 2 will begin soon. The cars, I think, currently yet queued up in the pits, ready to head out onto the circuit. And I believe we will again use the results from qualifying to determine the grid. We'll talk about this in just a moment then, while we wait for the cars. But very shortly, we will be rolling in Iberian Historic Endurance for a 50-minute pit stop race. This should be fun. So then the Iberian Historic Endurance cars are rolling out on the circuit, and once again the cars will make their way onto the course. Again, this will be a race that's 50 minutes in duration, and a nice mix of cars out there. We again have a Shelby Daytona where we previously did not. I think that car might be, again, a stand-in for Oliver Moitians and Bryce Pano, who yesterday drove a Porsche 911 3-litre RS in this race. I would imagine that the spawned-in Shelby Daytona might well be their replacement car. It's not the same Shelby Daytona Cobra that was just in Carrera 80 earlier, but I'm guessing that's either Moitians or Pano's spare car. So we will have a second Cobra out on the road. There's the Crossley. Oh, sorry, the Merlin Mark IV of Carlos Barbo and Felipe Vieira de Campos. Cars heading to the grids, and just trying to determine the grid order for this race. There we are. It has now been published. And it will be Max Huber again on pole position in that fabulous Shelby Cobra 427, the even angrier version of the Cobra. Pedro Bastos Rezende will line up alongside him in the Porsche, the 3-litre RS. Row 2 will be the GT40 of Puig and Lima. And then Laurent Jaspers will start the race from 4th position in the Jaguar E-Type. And set to start from 5th was the aforementioned Moitians and Pano pairing, but again, there is a randomly spawned in Shelby Cobra Daytona. And last time we had that situation on the grid, that was because that pairing specifically had swapped out of their Porsche. So we'll see if that's the case here again. Getting a look here at the Alva Mark 7. That was Carlos de Miguel at the wheel of that car. That will start from 13th on the grid. Good to see the grandstand looking full. I'm sure that the shade is much vaunted by the fans trackside as the temperatures of the day continue to creep up. They're out over 25.2 degrees Celsius now. And that in turn has moved the track temperature to 46.5 degrees Celsius, which is a fair lick, and that means that over the course of this race, particularly if you're in something high-powered like one of the RS Porsches or the Cobras, the Mustangs, you really do need to keep an eye on what those rear tyres are doing underneath you. Can't do too much too early, I feel. So these cars will soon be rolling on their formation lap, and the race action will continue in earnest after just one formation lap. The 1-minute board has been shown, so we're about to go racing again here at the Jarama Classic. They will soon be off onto their formation lap. So then, as the formation lap begins, let's talk you through the grid for this race. The Shelby Cobra 427 of Max Huber will start this race from pole position. He's alongside Pedro Bastos Rezende in the Porsche 911 3-litre RS. Those two cars in separate classes, the 1971 vintage and 76 vintage classes respectively. Then it's Puig and Lima aboard their Ford GT40 in third position. Laurent Jaspers in the Jaguar E-Type for the JAC Motors team, starting from fourth. The HY Racing Porsche, the 3-litre RS, does appear to be present and correct. Zampano running fifth overall. Niro Gomez and Afoito running in sixth place in the Lotus 7, so they'll be lining up sixth. In seventh place, the Merlin Mark IV of Barbo and Vieira de Campos. The Mustang of Silva and Castro is next. The Shelby Mustang GP350 lining up eighth. The Mura, Teixeira and Laranjo driven Aurora Motorsport Porsche 3-litre is in ninth, joined by the 2.7-litre RS of Eduardo Reis on that fifth row. Row 6 is the Del Masso family Porsche in 11th and Guillaume Huber in 12th in his Mustang. Then it's the Elva of Carlos de Miguel in 13th, the Gonzalez and Lopez Porsche 9146 is next in 14th. In 15th place, the 174 car, that is the Porsche 911 2.5-litre of Castro, Ortega and Escribano. The Alfa Romeo GT Am, the Diaz Pedro and Severa Pinto driven car. Then it's Ralf Schnitzler in his Datsun 240Z in 17th. Rui Garcia's Fiat 124 is next, alongside him on row 9, the 61 car. The 327, Nuno Nunes in his Porsche 911 short wheelbase is next, followed by Carvalho and Carmona in the Ford Escort Mark II RS 2000. 21st on the grid is the Ford Cortina Lotus of Luis Sosa Ribeiro. 22nd place, Bastagliotti and Capello, the Porsche 911 2.5 ST in 22nd. In 23rd place is the curated garage Porsche of Antonio Zarilla and Garcia. The Jaguar E-Type of Timothy Mahapatra is 24th. Then it's Torres da Silva and Rodriguez in 25th in their Porsche. The Lotus Elite of Aubert and Morion in 26th. The Datsun 1200 of Rueda and Rueda. 28th place, P.A. Forsval in his Lotus Elan. The Mini Cooper of Francisco Serrano is set to be next on the grid in 29th. Then in 30th, Santos and Pettis in their Alfa Romeo, although that car doesn't appear to be there. But we do see at the back of the field the Shelby Daytona Cobra of Ralf Huber. That car, of course, wasn't out yesterday. Yesterday, Ralf Huber was running a Corvette C3, but he pulled in with technical issues shortly into the first race of the weekend. And so he's asked very nicely to bring out his Shelby Daytona Cobra. We've said yes, and we will have two Cobras, one at the front, one at the back, and the one at the front has flown away at the start. Conversely, it looked like that Porsche simply did not get going. Pedro Bastos Rezende dropping through the field like a stone. He eventually is running fourth place by the time they get to the first corner. a slightly miscued start from somebody there, whether it was Huber going too quickly or whether Bastos Resende simply missed the go, I'm not sure. This 50-minute race, we'd expect to see that Cobra make its way through the field from the rear. The Cobra Daytona of Ralph Huber, the other Cobra of Max Huber at the front of the field. The Shelby Cobra 427 running well at the front, although we do have on screen, on the timing screens, a safety car. Is that reflected at the marshal posts, I wonder? I don't see any indication. Right, well, this is perhaps the cause of the safety car if it is indeed being scrambled. And that, unfortunately, is the Merlin Mark IV, which is usually a top 10 runner in this grid. But it hasn't made it beyond the first couple of turns, and indeed yellow flags are out. I believe safety car boards are also being displayed. Yes, they are. So we are going to be under safety car conditions. And so Felipe Vieira de Campos in the Merlin Mark IV that started from third position has unfortunately not been able to really partake in this race at all. And a shame that he and Carlos Barbo won't be there fighting as they usually do. Of the Iberian Historic Endurance Series now under safety car control. What a fabulous mix of cars out there. At the back you see the Elite and the Datsun 1200. Some fabulous cars strewn throughout the field. Like a couple of them haven't caught the memo that we're under safety car. I think the Cortina was still doing some racing there where it perhaps should not have been. Of course, the hope here with this safety car period is that it's a short one, and hopefully that little Merlin Mark IV didn't burst a leak anywhere. As long as it's simply retrieving the car, it shouldn't be a particularly long safety car period. Getting a replay there of the start, and you can see the Merlin immediately pulling off the circuit. Arm up from Felipe Vieira de Campos. Just didn't get the car started. Didn't even make it to the first turn, unfortunately. Well, the field will, I think, have a second lap here behind safety car. A gorgeous car that all-white coupe is. That's the Fiat 124 Sport Coupe of Rui Garcia, I believe. Some really special cars strewn throughout the field. Indeed, that is the Fiat 124 Sport Coupe of Rui Garcia, one of many cars prepared by the RP Motorsport crew. So then Max Huber, tyres weaving on that 427 capacity Cobra. A later Cobra, of course the early cars were the 289s, the 427s, much wider, more imposing cars. Indeed, some of the very earliest cars were 260 cubic inch rather than 289, so 4.3 litres rather than 4.7. But yeah, the Cobra 427, 7-litre variant, just an incredibly beefy car. They did compete with 427s, of course, but 289 a much more typical sight in historic competition. In fact, the Mark III Cobra, which I think that would be the 427 of Max Huber, those cars weren't ever run by the factory team, the 427s, to my knowledge. I don't think they ever built enough to actually homologate them. Then, of course, there's a whole heap of cars afterwards, recreations and rebuilds and various owners of the AC or Shelby brands. Rolling. And back underway. Max Huber fires the Cobra 427 into life. In second place is the car of Puig. I think he might be driving solo here. I note that the second driver has been removed from the entry there. Paulo Lima was with him in the race yesterday, to my knowledge, but it now appears that Jordi Puig perhaps driving solo in this one. In fact, no, Lima is still on the timing screen, so I think he'll be racing later on. In fact, no, Lima starting the car might want the timing graphics on your screen slightly tricking me there. Lima will have started the car for this race. We saw him out in Carrera 80 a little bit while ago in the BMW M3 E30. There's that wonderful Datsun 240Z. Running in 14th place with Ralf Schnitzler at the wheel. Being pursued by the Cavallo and Carmona entry, the Escort Mark II. Antonio Carmona starting that RS2000 spec Escort Mark II. At the front of the field, it is a story of Ford V8 power with the 7-litre Cobra of Max Huber leading Paulo Lima in his GT40. In third place is Pedro Bastos Rosende in his Porsche 3-litre RS, and then in fourth position we have the Jaguar type of Laurent Jaspers. Porsche's dominating the field as always. 3 litres, 2.7s, 2.5s, even for the early short wheelbase 3-litre cars out there on the circuit. Elba seems to be running fairly well. There's that little car running. Carlos Di Miguel actually up in 9th place. So yeah, he's gained. There is the Elba just going through shot. The remarkably low rear on that car. A particularly treacherous car from a handling perspective of the Mark 7 Elbas. Might be dramatic, not in a good way. Weight distribution on that car. By the time we got to the Mark 7 Elbas, they were potentially powered by the Lotus developed 1600 twin cam rather than the Coventry Climax engine. Meanwhile, we find the Mustang, the GT350 Shelby, leading what is the battle for 6th position. So a good start to the race here from the 213 crew. That car being driven in the first phase of the race by Andre Castro Pinheiro, and he was just ahead of one of the many Porsches. The other Mustang, that the standard or more standard Mustang, not the GT350, making up a position on the straight there, Guillaume Huber. The Mustang badge on the front grille of that car, which is something that Shelby GT350s lack. Sizes, the Mustang driver can probably barely see the Elba over his bonnet. Maybe you can just see the roll hoop. Power advantage there as they head uphill towards Ascari, but then the fleet-footed nature of the Elva will balance things out. An early and extremely primitive form of balance of performance. Are about half the weight or double the weight, depending which way you're going, and power is about doubled in the Mustang as well. Of course, in terms of modern motorsport, I think that's something that's often forgotten. You'll always hear drivers in a GT3 class or even in the Supercars GT4s say, well, this BOP isn't fair because our car is so much slower in a straight line. The reason for that would be that the car is exceptionally good in the corners. And the key word of BOP is balance. It's not equalisation, it's balancing. And that sometimes means leaning into the strengths and weaknesses of a given car. You saw the Mustang there getting the better of the Elva in a straight line. So that's Guillaume Huber up into 10th overall. Carlos Di Miguel will try, and I'm sure, mount a comeback here through the twisties. This is the section that would suit the Elva, but it does look like the Mustang has the pace advantage. Shelby Cobra from Daytona has unfortunately just come into the pit lane. I was watching that car scythe up through the field. It had got towards the top 15, and I was just wondering when we'd start to see it on screen. Unfortunately, for a second race in as many days, Ralph Huber has withdrawn his big American V8 to the pits. Yesterday it was the Corvette, and today it's the Shelby. Distinct impression that this is a day to forget for Ralph Huber. It's another great race so far from Max. And here's Cobra 427, currently leading the race by around 6 seconds over the GT40 of Puig and Lima. Comes the Elva. Now, I don't think the pit window is open for another couple of minutes here, unless I'm mistaken. In fact, the pit window is open. As we're seeing a few cars in. I thought the pit window opened at 20 minutes, but the Huber Shelby has headed back out onto the circuit. So hopefully that's the sign that it was just a mandatory pit stop. I still think they're meant to pit from the 20-minute mark, which we're approaching soon. Elva has pitted also in the 103 car, the Ford Cortina Lotus of Luis Souza Ribeiro. Now, the Lotus Cortina, I think, had a drive-through penalty, did it not? Yes, for overtaking under yellow flags. We saw it kind of continuing to race after the safety car period had begun, so that doesn't necessarily surprise me. Alpha. We just saw through shot, that being the GTM of the Pietro Clara Pinto. To be honest, if I had to pick one Italian car on this grid, it would be that Fiat 124 Sport Coupe. What a fabulous shape on that white machine. Third in this queue of cars. PA Forsvol has made some good progress from outside the top 30, is now running 15th. Well, maybe make that 16th as they head up the hill with the 124 of Rui Garcia up the inside line. A little bit sideways there at the apex. Sam coming out of the corner. Careful now. The Sport Coupe continues on. Our race leader, the the Elva back out there. So again, I do think the pit windows were slightly longer than I realised. Quite a few cars have made visits to the pit lane, and yes, this is historic racing, and yes, things do sometimes break on these cars, but it does seem to be that we just have routine stops going on already. Pit window would now be open either way since we're past the 20-minute mark, and I think there's some people pitting earlier. I think that's because the window is slightly longer than I thought. Max Huber is yet to pit. There's the second place car for GT40. Around the outside. There's the 289 Howard machine, the 4.7 litre. The road to glory for that GT40 certainly wasn't a short one. The early efforts with the Mark 1s in 1964 weren't glittering by any means. The early cars necessarily looked primitive for the time, but they certainly looked primitive compared to the later iterations. Indeed, their performance didn't really show everything that Ford wanted from the Lola-derived chassis until we got into that fateful year of 1966. The first win for the GT40 at Le Mans. It continued to do right through to the end of the 60s. See that low drag variant of the Jaguar type there, the 273 car of Laurent Jaspers, and this is the fight for third overall as he's pursuing Pedro Bastos Rosende in that 3-litre Porsche RS. That's 70s Porsche. Looks like a turbo with some of its body kits and flares, but it is a naturally aspirated RS. Things like that were seen on circuit racing, of course, but also on the rally stages. You see a lot of Porsches in the 70s, and events like the Tour de Corsa, you see cars like that an awful lot as well. Fabulous machines. On this grid, I grant you, the 911s are a dime a dozen. There's a good reason for that. You see they're one of the slightly more elderly cars. That's the 3-litre that I'm talking about, with the ducktail, fighting seemingly with the Cortina quite hard. Also 2.5 visible there. There's the Cobra Daytona of Ralph Huber back out there on circuit after an early pit stop, and the number 7 GT40 right there with it. Well, these two are not fighting for position, but you'd think they are looking at the situation. GT40 drags past. As the leading Cobra, the Gold 427, is. Again, one has to remember just how good of a driver Max Huber is. I'm not convinced that GT40 would be slower than the Cobra under normal circumstances, but Max Huber is just such a glittering driver. Came up through historic racing and has then gradually made his way into GTs as well in the Iberian Supercars and the GT4 Winter Series as well. He's been a very potent driver in GTs, modern GT cars. him do more in the modern scene in the future. He's certainly showcased his talents on many an occasion. Of course, he paired up with the NM Racing team much of his modern endeavours. Neil Montserrat's outfit, which we'll see out in Iberian Supercars shortly. There is Hubert coming across the line. Straight line speed of that Cobra is absolutely incredible. I'd love to know what speed he's hitting at the end of the straights. You get an indication of where the speed is a bit earlier up the straight, but I reckon he's maybe knocking on the door of 240, 250k by the end of the straight, around 150 mile an hour. It's an absolutely fantastic racket, that 7-litre Ford motor. The GT350 Shelby makes its way out. And, also into the pit at the moment is the GT40 and the Laurent Jaspers E-Type. So a lot of the front runners are now pitting. Vastos Resende has continued on in his Porsche. We'll see how long Max Hubert stays out there, but I think we are going to see more front runners into the pit here very shortly as this Iberian Historic Endurance race continues. Let's listen to incredible engine sounds. And having just come out of the pit lane, the GT40 looks like it's struggling. Leave it be 40 Puig in that car. Paulo Lima should have taken the start, and now it gets going again, but would have lost a good 20 or 30 seconds there, and indeed it's side by side now for position with Laurent Jaspers in the E-Type. Jaspers on the move and going around the outside, that was for position. I reckon the Jaguar got the better of that eventually. In fact, as they came through the first sector split, it was the GT40 still ahead of the E-Type, but those two will now be fighting for position. GT40 should be quicker, but was that problem a one-off, or is it an indicator of worse things to come? Here is that 4th and 5th position battle as it currently is. Into the pits have come the top two, so Max Hubert actually just exiting the pits from his stop, and Pedro Bastos Resende will probably rejoin right in this fight, actually, in his 3-litre Porsche RS. So keep an eye as we go down the main straight for the white Aurora Motorsport Porsche of Pedro Bastos Resende. The last cars to visit the pit has just come in. That's Guillaume Huber in his Mustang. This is the battle then for what will be 3rd position as Puig and Jaspers head down the straight, and there is that 3-litre Porsche RS. Pedro Bastos Resende just joining ahead of them. So that car has inherited 2nd position, the Porsche, courtesy of the issues for the GT40. And we have a 3-car battle on our hands for positions 2 through 4. There's the Porsche, there's the GT40, and there's the E-Type. Laurent Jaspers has certainly got the hurry up, seeing the GT40 just ahead of him. indeed. I'm sure that Pedro Bastos Rosende will be aware now that the GT40 is behind him and that he's got a position to try and retain. Jaspers has been held up there in the traffic. That's given Puig some respite. Stunning Shelby Daytona is unfortunately in the pits, and I do not see a driver. That car has unfortunately been withdrawn by Ralph Huber. No such issues for the other Cobra of Max Huber, though. I want to see this battle for second place. We just saw the GT40 through shot. Where is Pedro Bastos Rosende in comparison? There they are on circuit. GT40 much quicker in a straight line. It could happen here at first turn. Puig trying to get back the position he will see as rightfully his. Jordi Puig. Oh, and a lock up there from Pedro Bastos Rosende, feeling the pressure. And that's second place back to the GT40. Of course, they run in separate classes. The GT40 running in the GTP and sports car category, the Porsche in the 1976 class, but they'll fight for second overall hard, and you can see it there. Pedro Bastos Rosende giving no room to Jordi Puig as he fought back there. A lot more corner speed. This was the moment where Bastos Rosende lost the rear under braking. Turn 3, we saw that moment from Puig. He got a bit unsettled, and then the Porsche came back at him. Move made at the corner known as Le Mans. So the battle for second place continues. This is all eons behind Max Huber, who dominates this race from the front of the field by 36 seconds. 37 seconds over Bastos Rosende now. There goes the GT40 again, using that V8 power, that slippery, low-slung shape, cutting through the air better as well. And this time, I think Jordi Puig might have got that done definitively, but can Pedro Bastos Rosende again mount a comeback through the twisties here? Much quicker and more committed, but the rear end gave way. That might have been Bastos Rosende's warning shot. It's the 911 turbos that earned the Widowmaker moniker. But the wayward handling sometimes of a classic Porsche takes a deft touch to get this right, driving these cars at speed. When you get warning shots like that, that's usually your sign to back off just a little bit, but I'm not getting the impression that Pedro Bastos Rosende is doing that. Through the final corner, and now down the straight again. Puig will fire away at the GT40. Bastos Rosende might close up as they go through the first sector. Let's see how much later on the brakes the Porsche can commit to. Of course, it's a car that's about 10 years younger. Wider tyres, better brakes on the Porsche versus the GT40. Like the GT40, Woody Puig just about has the measure of Pedro Bastos Rosende for now, but that battle will continue raging on. As with yesterday's race, in the consideration of the various different classes on track, it's the top four, all of them being class leaders. The H1971 class being led by the overall leader, the Shelby Cobra 427, the Qualo Competition for GT40, the Puig and Lima car that we see on screen, that's second overall and leading the GTP and sports car class. The 1976 vintage class being led by Pedro Bastos Rosende in his Porsche in third position. And then in fourth place, just in the very back of the shot there, you can see the silver Jaguar E-Type of Laurent Jaspers, the low drag variant, in fourth position. Place is the Wilkins Pano Porsche, the 911 3-litre RS. In sixth position is the Aurora Motorsport Porsche of Mura and Teixeira Iranio, that's an invitational class car. In seventh place is Mira Gomez and Afueto in their Lotus 7. Eighth position is the Shelby Mustang GT350 of Castro and Vieira. Castro and Silva, I should say. The other Mustang, the non-GT350, the car on screen, Guillaume Huber, is in ninth place, and he's just ahead of the car in 10th that we see on screen, the Porsche 2.5-litre ST, that being the Del Masso car. And that rounds out the overall top 10. In terms of class leaders, it's also worth mentioning this machine, the Luis Sosa Ribeiro car, which leads the GDS class, or 366 touring car flavoured machines. It's fantastic to see a Ford Lotus Cortina out on the circuit, the Mark I Cortina. And the Datsun 240 looks to be slowing. Schnitzler is already dropping through the field slightly, and it seems as if he's now got no power to work with. What that car slowing, we have bulletins from downstairs. Car 366, Guillaume Huber. Short pit stop for that car, so a drive-through penalty, and for the Porsche of Eduardo Reis, which is currently in 11th. But I think we might be on the verge of having a pause in the action here, because that Datsun doesn't appear to be going anywhere quickly. if it was rather more out of the firing line, I would back the race control, keeping it under local yellows, but they have just waved a safety car. The safety car is out, and that makes perfect sense to me. You can't leave a car there. Wave by the E-Type and then pick up the leader in the Gold Cobra. That E-Type being the Timothy Mahapatra car. The race is once again controlled by safety car. Now there'll be a lot of traffic between the 427 Cobra and the second place GT40, so I don't think Jordi Puig can do much about Max Hubert, certainly based on the pace we've been seeing. You'd be hard-pressed to bet against Hubert, although the pace had been somewhat stabilising between the Cobra and the GT40. Now, that might have been Hubert just managing everything, but this does add a layer of intrigue. Certainly Pedro Bastos Rosende could challenge the GT40 now for second place. But again, the lap traffic between the cars will be the big talking point there. Once that Datsun is retrieved, we're going to have well under 5 minutes left of racing. Unless they do a Herculean job to make this a one-lap safety car period, I think we will have probably 2 or 3 minutes of racing left once the safety car peels in. So less than 7 minutes of this race remain, and Max Huber leading the field around here in Iberian Historic Endurance, their second and final race of the weekend. There's the second place GT40 with, what, a dozen cars, maybe more, between himself and the race leader. And while that threat, well, doesn't feel like much of a threat to my eye, what's more interesting is that there's only one car between Puig and Pedro Bastos Rosende for second position. That's almost martini striped 3-litre RS Porsche. Will be one to watch when this race resumes. We're doing an additional lap now under safety car. With any luck, we'll get a look here at where the Datsun is, whether it's been pushed back yet. We've already seen that the recovery crews down at the Le Mans Bend, the marshals down there, are pretty fleet-footed. We've seen them pushing and running quite a lot today. Thanks, as always, go out to the marshals for their supreme efforts. No race weekend anywhere in the world could take place without the marshals. As we get further and further into the summer and the temperatures increase, it's less and less pleasant, quite frankly, to be housed in these hot conditions in the overalls, but they do it for the love of the sport, and we covet their dedication to this world that we all love. Lights out on the safety car, so we are going to go back to racing with 3 minutes and change left on the clock. I think we'll do 2 additional laps of racing then. Max Huber will assume control of the field. The 427 7-litre Cobra will fire back down the main straight, and I imagine there'll be a lot of frustrated cars queuing behind because, of course, you can't overtake before the safety car line. There, the moment that Huber put the pedal down. Looks like we are overtaking before the safety car line in some instances. Whether or not that's strictly permitted, I'm not certain. I certainly didn't think that was allowed. Into the pits has come Guillaume Huber. That's for the short pit stop. So that car serving its penalty. Puig, meanwhile. Oh, we got a car off the circuit. Was that the 124 Coupe, was it? Yes, it was. There's the little Fiat of Rui Garcia going off the circuit. There's the battle for second place then. The Puig GT40. Pedro Bastos Rosende just behind in the white Porsche. Not much between them still as they get to the back section of the circuit. Just put a lap on Shelby Mustang GT350 of Silva and Castro. Was a big slide from Pedro Bastos Rosende, and he somehow just about kept the car pointed in the right direction, but certainly a sign that Jordi Puig's pace is maybe a bit much for Pedro Bastos Rosende to handle in that RS Porsche. Front of the field, of course, Max Huber is immediately back on the pace. His last lap of 1:48.681, which again would put him a few spots up the grid from the rear in the Iberian Supercars GTC and TC divisions. He'd be ahead of all of the BMW M2 Cup Iberia cars, which is no slight on those machines, but they're significantly less powerful and a little bit heavier than the Cobra, and despite the numerous deficits the Cobra has in terms of stopping power and handling, Max Huber wrangles it around the circuit. Would actually be somewhat competitive on the Iberian Supercars grid. That'd be fun to watch. We'll make it happen. This will be the final lap of the race. There's not going to be much in it. Huber might just break the beam before, but I think it should be the final lap of the race. Huber in the 84 car on his way to a win, and while that's happening, we've got the Escort stranded further back in the pack, but let's not miss the leading car across the line because he's coming around the final corners. It will be the final lap. That has been declared on the timing screen. Let's have a look at the final turn where the winning car will be coming around the final corner. There it is. And Max Huber sees the checkered flag and makes it 2 from 2 in Iberian Historic Endurance in that wonderful 427 Shelby Cobra. Puig and Lima taking second position in the GT40, and Pedro Bastos Rosende rounding out the overall podium. All 3 winners in their respective classes, as is Laurent Jaspers, who takes 4th place overall there in the E-Type, just crossing the line. Next across the line will be the only other car on the lead lap, or at least the next car to cross the line in the top 10 will be the only other car on the lead lap, Moitians and Pano, but all manner of cars coming across the line ahead of that, including just there the GDS winning Ford Lotus Cortina of Luis Sosa Ribeiro. Congratulations to him. That's a double win as well, isn't it? Because he won yesterday. You hear the smattering of applause from the spectator banks. Watching Max Huber push a 427 Cobra to the edge is always a thrill. We've all been party to here today. Moitins and Pano just crossed the line to come 5th overall. A little Lotus Elan will be next. There was a change of positions there towards the end of the race, I think. Gonzalez and Leo and Lopez up to 13th place at the expense of the Diaz and Severa Alfa Romeo. Just about everybody has now crossed the line then, and that will end the race and end the weekend for the Iberian Historic Endurance category. However, if you are a fan of classic cars, we will see more later on at 15:55 local time. We expect the Carrera 80s and the Group 1 Portugal cars back out there on track once again. So Max Huber winning the race by eventually 11 seconds, even after that safety car over Puig and Lima in the GT40. Pedro Bastos Resende third in the Porsche 3-litre RS. Laurent Jaspers fourth in the E-Type. Moitins and Pano taking 5th place. Mura Teixeira Laranjo in 6th, ahead of the Silver Castro Shelby Mustang GT350. Mira Gomez and Afoito in their Lotus 7 in 8th. 9th place for the Del Massos in their Porsche, ahead of the similar 2.5-litre ST of Castro Ortega and Escribano. Guillaume Huber, despite his drive-through, taking 11th place ahead of Eduardo Reis. In 12th position, his 2.7-litre Porsche. Then it's the 9146 Porsche of Gonzalez and Leo and Lopez in 13th. Diaz Pedro and Severa Pinto in their Alfa Romeo taking 14th, ahead of the Elan of P.A. Forceville. Carlos de Miguel recovering to 16th in the Elva Mark 7, ahead of the Ford Cortina, the Lotus Cortina of Luis Sosa Ribeiro, who won the GDS classification in 17th overall. The H1971 class car of Basagliotti and Capello, the Porsche 911 2.5 ST in 18th, ahead of the Fiat 124 Sport Coupe, and the short wheelbase Nuno Nunes Porsche 911, rounding out the overall top 20 in what was a really compelling race, especially in the midfield for the Iberian Historic Endurance. And of course, we saw that great little scrap for second place as well earlier in the race. We get a look back then at highlights of this race, and given these cars sound so good and the action kind of tells its own story, I'll let you listen to this without my waffling. So then, next up in the running order for today, why, it is the always exciting GTC and TC divisions of the Iberian Supercars. Their 50-minute race is coming up, a mix in the GTC and TC divisions of out of homologation GT4s, special GTs like the Ligier JS2Rs, some Cup class Porsches in there as well, and some TCR machinery as well. The grid for this one looking very intriguing. We'll keep an eye on how this one progresses. We will be with you with that action very shortly. Iberian Supercars up next. Stay with us for about 2 or 3 minutes. We'll roll the intro, and then we'll be ready to bring you all the action from both divisions, the GTC and TC and the GT4 classes of Iberian Supercars. That is coming right up here as the Jarama Classic continues. Well, we are here at Jarama. We are ready for the Iberian Supercars and their second races of the weekend. We bring you 4 total races every weekend this season. It's the GTC and TC divisions that are up first today. And the grandstand full of fans enjoying this event, the race-ready Jarama Classic. And we're going to go down to, I understand, the grid. Let's go there now.
Nathan, we are with Nathan Corbett, one of the winners of the M2 Cup division. Nathan, it was a good debut for you yesterday.
Yeah. I was pretty proud of how yesterday went. Yesterday was really flawless. I got pole position in Q2, and then took the car to first after Pessanha's stint. So yeah, it's all about managing the tires in this race. So I'm going to keep it nice and smooth, so that I can deliver the car to Pessanha and we can push. So
you today you have a 10-second handicap. Do you think it's still possible to win?
I mean, it's all about traffic on this track because it's quite difficult to overtake. So the plan is to have a very smooth and safe start and not lose too much time to the traffic and hopefully build up a gap between the two of us.
Okay, thank you and good luck for the race. Back to studio.
So that was our driver in the BMW M2 Racing Cup, Nathan Corbett, one of the Be Fast Motorsport drivers in his BMW M2 Racing Cup. That car, the winner of the class yesterday. Here's a look at the circuit then. 16 corners total here at the Circuito del Jarama. Although the first corner, Nuvolari, is really more of a shift in lane than a true corner. The number strictly is up for debate, but what is not up for debate is just how special this circuit is. Just under 4 kilometers, 2.392 miles. Of course, a historic home of the Spanish Grand Prix in years gone by. Still one of Spain's leading motorsport venues. 26.59 degrees Celsius right now. That's been creeping up steadily over the course of the day. And it will probably touch 28. Well, maybe we're at the peak because it is almost 1 p.m. Here at Jarama. So I think 26, 27 degrees is all we're getting in terms of heat today, which is more than enough. And I'm sure that's the case for the drivers in the cockpits, also for the Hankook engineers.
Diego, foi uma boa corrida ontem. Ficaram em segundo lugar na vossa divisão, na M2 Cup. Julgas que hoje podem ir um pouco mais além?
Sim, a disputa está bastante acesa, peço desculpa já pela minha voz, mas a disputa está bastante acesa. Ontem foi uma disputa muito boa em pista com o Bernardo Pessanha, muito equilibrada. Hoje vamos tentar fazer a mesma coisa, tentar que a estratégia não seja tão... Ontem também acabamos por ter uma má gestão no trânsito que acabou por influenciar muito o resultado, mas os outros pilotos estiveram muito bem, mostraram muito o seu talento em pista e é para isso que este campeonato serve e o carro é super equilibrado e é muito bom para todos estarmos ali na luta.
Bem, esta aqui é a tua estreia no campeonato. Qual é a tua sensação no estreia no campeonato, nos campeonatos mais importantes da Península Ibérica?
A sensação é bastante boa, a minha experiência acaba por ser muito dita neste campeonato porque não tenho muita bagagem para trás, portanto acabo por desenvolver muito das minhas capacidades neste campeonato e é muito bom mesmo, o carro é equilibrado, nota-se perfeitamente que é um carro de estrada feito para a pista, adaptado neste caso, mas temos que adaptar a nossa condição a este acontecimento e é muito bom também ensinar-nos a adaptar para carros diferentes.
Obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
So Diego Sirgado told us that yesterday it was a bit hard on the traffic and the tires also are a concern for them, and for today they will try to be a bit better and win the race in their division. Also it's a great for him to be in this championship. He wants to learn about the GT racing and this is the right stage to be. So back to studio.
Well, good to get some insight from the BMW M2 Racing Cup Iberia drivers. That's a new addition to the Iberian Supercars and a new addition to the GTC and TC grid for this year. Always great to see more cars added to what is quite a hearty mix in the GTC division in particular. Now we are unfortunately going to be down a few cars in this race. Number 20 with some engine issues. That's the Bruno Salgado Rodrigo Perez Porsche. The number 96 machine, the Breakel Racing Porsche. That's a shame. That Cayman won't be out. That's Alvaro Fontes and Miguel Gaspar's car. And we're also missing, critically, Daniel Teixeira, the JT59 Hyundai, not able to take the start in this race. They had what we thought was clutch issues, but I think they also lost a turbo yesterday. And they have not got all of the spares they need to get that car back on track, at least competitively. Let's go down back to the grid. We've got another interview. I saw the car drivers, or I saw the crews leaving the grid and had a feeling we might not be having an interview. And indeed, they've kicked our intrepid reporter and his cameraman off of the grid because we are about to go racing. But our thanks, as always, to the crew down there for getting us the insights. Jorge, our pit reporter. And right, so as I said, we are down a few cars as a result of some technical issues in yesterday's race. It is a warm weekend, and I think a few of the cars suffering for it. So we are scheduled only to have 16 cars for this race, but it's still going to be a very compelling race, I feel. The driver that was the star of the show yesterday, Gabriel Cazzuelo, will be starting on pole position in his Ligier JS2R. That car from the Chefo Sport by Petrogold outfit. Ivo Prada for TRS, the McLaren 570S GT4 alongside him. So Ivo Prada putting the McLaren on the front row. We've got a bulletin to suggest that the 75 car is starting from the pit lane. So that's Lucas Fothergill in the ProTech Motorsport Porsche that will start from the pits. But yes, Ligier and McLaren on the front row. And after Ligier and McLaren on the front row, it's a rather different row too. It's Ginetta and Kia. Aubrey Hall for Tockwith Motorsports with the sole Ginetta for this weekend in third. And then alongside him is Andre Ferreira for Lob Motorsport, the team that we often see in the hill climb and circuit racing scene down here in Iberia. Not seen them in supercars in the higher divisions for a little while, but great to have them back. That team runs all manner of thrilling cars on the historic and modern racing scenes, and that car is fourth on the grid. The Kia Ceed TCR, which we haven't seen anywhere from this team, at least in 4 years, and they only built very few of those Kias. An independently built car, not a manufacturer job. But great to have it out there, and as a Kia Rio owner, I appreciate the Kia representation. Rui Morita will be the first of our Cup class entries, fifth on the grid in his Monteros Competiciones Porsche, but expect him to be under fire because Mr. Marcus Fothergill is right there with him for the first phase of this race. Fothergill, who we saw as one of very few drivers at Portimao who could match the pace of Daniel Teixeira in the TCR Hyundai. And Marcus Fothergill, always very quick, so I think we'll have an interesting cut battle in the early stages there. Seventh on the grid will be Angel Santos in the 133 car. Then it is the Craig Davis number 55 Porsche in 8th on the grid. Xu Xiao in the Ligier JS2R starts 9th on the grid. The number 22 car he shares with Alba Vasquez. Bruno Salgado in 10th for Gianfranco Motorsport in the Porsche. Then it's meant to be Lucas Fothergill, but he's starting from the pits in his Cayman. Vitor Costa lines up 12th in the Porsche 911 Cup car, the 997 from Monteros Competiciones. Nathan Corbett, the first of the M2 Racing Cup cars, one of 2 B-Fast Motorsport entries, the other being Gonzalo Mura, who lines up alongside him. Then it's Francisco Robiqueiroz in 15th. That's another Lob Motorsport entry, the BMW M2 Racing Cup. And Angel Lanchares set to start 16th on the grid. Now, Lanchares, of course, yesterday was out of the race after just 1 lap with issues with the 997 Cup car that the Land GP Racing squad run. I think Lanchares has now paired up for this race with his teammate from the team. He's certainly in the 991 at the moment, and I think he's sharing in this race now with Ramiro Garcia Pumarino. So then, cars are rolling on the formation lap. As we say, a slightly reduced field owing to a few technical issues even pre-race, but certainly we had a few dropouts from race 1 as well. We expect well over 20 cars for the rest of the season. Of course, Villarreal is our next stop on the calendar, and that's always a headliner. I missed Villarreal last year. I'm very keen to be there for that one. For now, though, we are at the wonderful Circuito del Jarama, a stone's throw from Madrid. And with Daniel Teixeira, unfortunately not starting the race with a turbo problem. I am hard-pressed to tell you who the favourite for this race is. I think the door is pretty well open to anyone for a race win here. They're in 2x2 formation. Their focus shifts to the lights at the top of the gantry. We are going to go racing. Gabriel Cazzoilo and Ivo Prado with a drag race down to the first corner on the front row of the grid. The McLaren will have the straight line speed advantage, but look at the Porsche. Look at Marcus Fothergill. He's going to be in the lead on the run down to the first corner from the 3rd row of the grid. What a start from Fothergill. He was 6th on the grid. He is 1st by the time they get to the first corner. Oh, and Cazzoilo! Is that Gabriel Cazzoilo? I think it is. Yesterday's winner is looping. He had a spin and now he might be stuck in the gravel. Let's hope not. Was that Cazzoilo? I think it was. The 111 car. There's 3 Chefo Sport by Petrogold Ligiers on the grid. There's Lucas Fothergill, having started from the pits in the Cayman. What a moment that was. I don't think that was Cazzoilo, actually. I think Cazzoilo is still out there. It was too far back to be Gabri Cazzoilo. That might have been Angel Santos, actually. In fact, no, it was Susjao Arizabalaga. So, Susjao, the rally champion, that had the spin. Thankfully, then, for the hopes of Chefo Sport, it wasn't yesterday's winner. He's side by side, as a matter of fact, with Rui Morita for 3rd position. But still, pole position car running 4th at the end of the first lap. Not what he'd have wanted. Andre Ferreira there making up a position on Aubrey Hall in the Kia, the sole TC Plus class entry this race after Daniel Teixeira's issues. The Kia Ceed running right up there at the sharp end in 5th overall, make that, yes, 5th overall as they come across the line. Marcus Fothergill, though, with 2.1 seconds of advantage already. Oh, and we've got a car off the circuit, and this time I think that could be Cazorla. Is Gabriel Cazorla there? No, he's not. Gabriel Cazorla, yesterday's winner, after just one lap of racing, has pulled off the circuit on the run to the first turn. And the Nuvolari kink before the first proper corner, he is stationary. That may bring out a safety car as well, and that would annoy Marcus Fothergill, who's just charging off. For Fothergill's sake, I hope we stay green, because he's had a stunning first couple of laps. 2.7 seconds clear already, and of course, with all due respect to Dave Bennett, Bennett isn't quite as quick as Fothergill, so Bennett will be hoping that Fothergill can continue without a safety car interruption. But, unfortunately, the safety car has just come out. And that might be why we have had another moment out on the circuit. That being the Cayman of Gianfranco Motorsport, Bruno Salgado, that is, that has had an off-track moment. Has clearly found the barriers there, and they might need to readjust some of those tyre stacks as a result. But for Marcus Fothergill, I do feel for him, because he had a brilliant launch and was just driving away from the field, and all of that work is for naught all of a sudden. I'm sure he's going to stay out there as long as he can. Pit window opens at minute 20, closes at minute 30, and I think he'll stay out as long as he can, but that early progress has been stifled by this safety car now. Further back in the field, in the M2 Cup, it's a change of position among the B-Fast Motorsport cars as Gonzalo Moura has gotten the better of Nathan Corbett. That's for 10th and 11th place, the 101 and 102 cars. But your order at the front of the field is Marcus Fothergill, race leader. Ivo Prada in the sole TRS McLaren 570S GT4 running second. It's a very second-hand Cayman for Gianfranco Motorsport to contend with. If he hasn't busted the radiator... Sorry to laugh, but I was just wondering if the radiator survived, and boy did we get our answer quickly. Oh no. The Porsche is very susceptible to that if you go in front first. Very rare that the radiator survives any significant front-end impact, and, well, there we go. I feel for Gianfranco, but I timed that to imperfection. So then, I was in the process of giving you a run down the order. Fothergill from Prada, your 1-2. Porsche from McLaren. Then Rui Morita in his Porsche 911 Cup car. From Montelos Competicios, number 33. Andre Ferreira in his Kia Ceed TCR runs 4th. Aubrey Hall for Tocqueville Motorsports in 5th position in the Ginetta. He's lost a couple of places from his starting position. Angel Santos in 6th position in the Chefo Sport by Petrogold Ligier, the only one that hasn't had an issue so far. Angel Lanchares has been making up good time. He's up to 7th from the rear of the field in the Land GP Porsche 991.1 Cup car. Craig Davis in 8th in his ProTech Motorsport entry. Vitor Costa 9th in the Montelos Competicios car. Then rounding out the top 10, the BMW M2 Cup, M2 Racing leader, Gonzalo Moura for B-Fast Motorsport. And as we alluded to, they are going to have to sort out that tyre stack. It's not just a matter of collecting the stricken Ligier from the main straight. You've also got to make sure that the tyres are able to do their job there at the Armco barrier, and that's often not the work of a few minutes. And as you can see, it's not often the work of 2 or 3 people. What have we got? At least a football team. This could be the Spanish national 11 for the World Cup that we've deployed here. Or maybe the Dutch, given the colour. you're just joining us, this second GTC and TC division race in Iberian Supercars has already sprung up a few surprises. Gabriel Cathoilo, yesterday's winner, has unfortunately come unstuck here in the GTX division car. Yesterday's winner for Chefo Sport by Petrogold, the Ligier JS2R, stranded at the end of the first lap with a technical issue. And for he and his co-driver Maximo Varela, it's not to be this time around. Looks like there's some uncertainty as to what to do with that barrier. And every minute, every lap that passes, this disadvantages some of our drivers, those who perhaps are the more pro driver in the lineup, and I think I'd certainly credit Marcus Fothergill with that. And a few others as well. For those who are the quicker driver, seeing this time being ebbed away from their stint, and thus the opportunity to build a cushion fades, it must be very frustrating for them. Mandatory pit stop window from minute 20 through minute 30 of this race. We're just in the 9th minute right now. We see the safety car in this time by. With the way that tyre stack was looking and the lack of progress being made, I get the feeling it's going to be a couple of laps. I think they're sussing out what the best course of action is here.
Dave, it was a great start from Marcus.
Amazing. He was about 3 seconds ahead of everyone. Amazing move down the outside of the first corner. But sadly, look what's happened. Safety car, so he's got to do it all over again. Here we go. No pressure.
Anyway, it looks like he has the pace to open a gap.
I hope so too. Yeah, and I hope, and also a couple of the guys have got some points, some time that they've got to stay in the pits because they did well yesterday in the first race. So maybe we got a gap, a big enough gap for me to be able to keep up and bring something home.
And who do you think is your main contender?
Probably Rui, as usual, Mirata, I would imagine, because he knows that he has an advantage on me. So as long as he stays as close as he can to Marcus when he comes in, but luckily he's got a 10-second handicap this time, which is going to help us. I mean, let's see what happens. You know, all you can do in these races is go out, do your best laps, and then come home. Yeah, and I hope you get away with it.
Okay, thank you and good luck. And so back to studio.
Good to hear there from Dave Bennett. As we see the recovery, or rather the repair process on these barriers continuing. Since they've got the JCB out, I think this is a fairly heavy repair that they need to do. I think that potentially the Armco behind the tyres has been slightly disturbed as well, and they're trying to get everything back into position. It's not going to be the work of 5 minutes, this, unfortunately, and that is going to impact quite heavily the race, and certainly for Dave Bennett, who, as he just said himself, you know, there is a pace advantage in Rui Morita's corner versus himself. It's going to be very disappointing that Marcus Fothergill isn't doing what it looked like he would do, and that was stream off into the distance and build a nice cushion for the pit stop. But there is that handicap to consider, and as Dave alluded to. Rui Marita, as a class winner from yesterday, has a 10-second handicap. So the cars idling around behind the safety car to confirm the handicaps. The Monteros Competiciones car of Rui Marita does indeed have a 10-second handicap, as Dave Bennett told us. The Land GP racing car, which is Ramiro Garcia Pumarino, but also Angel Lanchares in this race, they have 5 seconds of handicap. And the Vitor Costa 997 has 3 seconds of pit stop handicap. The car that has already retired, the Chefo Sport by Petrogold Ligier of Maximo Varela and Gabriel Cathoilo, that car was to have a 10-second handicap, but that, of course, is now for naught. Alejandro Ribas and Angel Santos in the Chefo Sport by Petrogold car. That will have a 5-second handicap. And then the other Chefo Sport car, Vasquez and Susjiao, will have a 3-second handicap. Equally, after yesterday's success, Nathan Corbett and Bernardo Passana will have 10 seconds worth of penalty after the win in yesterday's BMW M2 Cup portion of the race. And that is, I think, just about everybody for penalties. So we just saw there the Marshals and the JCB.
Gabriel, after the last... after the yesterday's win, today was a bit frustrating to end the race so early.
Yeah, I mean, we had a tough start. We went from P1 to P5, but I was confident that following the race we would get back to P1, but we had a transmission issue here on the main straight. When I got to sixth gear, I noticed that the transmission broke and no gear worked, of course.
Okay, it's not the best way to end the weekend. Anyway, you showed good pace here in Jarama and won a race.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the performance. We have a great pace. We're confident with the car. My teammate is getting way more confident with the car as well. We are already making a great duo. So yeah, better to come next time.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
So back to studio.
So then, what's going on with the safety car? I think the lights are off. We're going to go back to racing this time. So, the pit window opens in 4 minutes' time. You can run until there are 20 minutes to go in this race. So, for Marcus Fothergill, the mission now is going to be build a gap, build it large for the remaining 13 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if Rui Marita conversely pits quite early. We return to racing, and Ivo Prada is right on the back of Marcus Fothergill. Prada with a good relaunch. But I think Fothergill should just about have the advantage into the first corner. The newer McLaren, the GT4 Spec 570S, then in second place. Then you've got that throng of cars for third position being led by Marita, but with Andre Ferreira right there with him in the TCR. Fothergill in that race lead, a lead that he moved into from no less than 6th on the grid as this race got started. I think a crying shame for him that we've had this safety car, because he had such amazing pace in the early stages. He is now building that gap over Prada as they run through the middle sector of the lap. Meanwhile, Aubrey Hall in league with Andre Ferreira as they fight it out for 4th and 5th position. You see there the Kia in 4th place, Aubrey Hall just behind. Looked like Fothergill lost a little bit of time to Ivo Prada through the middle sector. McLaren making up 3/10 in that section. It does seem that, as one would expect, these cars have different strengths and weaknesses. But a much better run there through the penultimate corner, through the Monza Bend, as it is known. You could see that Fothergill really set himself up for a fast run down the straight, whereas Prada looked to be fighting the car a lot more, and the net result is that Prada is now under increased pressure from Rui Morita. It looked to me like Fothergill was a bit early on the brakes there, though, into the first corner. You just saw Angel Anchares also making up, potentially making up a position. Is he up into 6th place? He might be past Angel Santos, yes. There's Gonzalo Moura leading among the BMW M2 Iberian Cup cars. Interesting ebb and flow, though, at the front between, well, 2 very similar cars in Marcus Fothergill and Rui Morita's Porsche 991.1s, but then each of them with a very different car to go up against. Look at the Kia Ceed. Quite a quick car that. These Porsches, the 991 Cups, are slightly restricted in order to balance them together with cars like the Ligiers and the Ginettas and the older GT4s, so they're not quite at full-throated performance, let's say. And that creates this fascinating dichotomy where you've got the Kia Ceed TCR in a battle with the Porsche. Now, the TCR cars tend to be around GT4 pace, so not a surprise necessarily that the Kia has that performance, but certainly it wouldn't go up against the Porsche under normal circumstances. But the crew here at Race Ready behind the Supercars series do a good job of balancing everything together. And that Lob Motorsport Kia, a really welcome addition, quite a unique car, not something we get to see very often around the world. I don't know quite how many chassis they built. I'll try and figure that out between rounds, but it certainly wasn't many. It's quicker in a straight line than Morita, isn't it? The huge wide wheel arches on that car. Last time by, Fothergill was 1.5 seconds clear of Prada. 145s. The faster drivers out there on the circuit. The fastest of anyone, though, Angel Anchares. He's got some great speed in that 991. I don't know how much running he's done in the 991 Cup before. He was racing the 997, of course, at Portimao, and also was trying to race that car in race 1, but after a technical issue, the 21 is now his home. He's sharing that 991.1 for this race. And he is right on the money, hunting down Aubrey Hall at the moment. There goes Lanchares to the inside, makes it look fairly academic, but then drifts out wide. He should have the straight line speed advantage, though, in the Porsche versus the Ginetta, which is traditionally one of the weaker front-running cars in a straight line. Ivo Prada coming under increased fire, I feel, from Rui Morita as well. Marcus Fothergill continues to lead, move for third place. Andre Ferreira, I think, got the better of Rui Marita there, but there was also some gravel, I saw. We do have everyone still on track, thankfully. But we do have Rui Marita just staying ahead of the Kia. A little bit of jostling for position there. Angel Lanchares right with the Kia as they make their way uphill through the sweeping Pegaso bend. Through the Ascari and Portago curves they go. Of course, this section was reprofiled a couple of decades ago. See there the battle for second, almost 5 strong now as Aubrey Hall and Angel Lanchares are getting involved. Now the pit window is open, has been open now for a few minutes. I don't think we've had many takers, or any takers so far though. All of these drivers wanting to get some green flag laps in, of course, after the safety car period. But Rui Marita, solo driver, he comes into the pits. He will, of course, have a 130-second stop. It's a 2-minute base time, but then he's going to have to serve an additional 10 seconds owing to his successes in the race yesterday. Also into the pits, we saw in the back of shot the Porsche Cup car of Vitor Costa. And indeed the Suzhou Chefo Sport by Petrogold Ligier, which will now be handed over to Albert Vasquez. Had a change of position there. That's Angel Lanchares now clear of Ivo Prada. And the Kia Ceed, I think, may have had a moment because it's fallen well back. Is that running at full bore? I hope it is. It'd be a shame to lose the Kia again after it didn't finish yesterday. But he's fallen behind Aubrey Hall. I wonder if he had a slight off-track moment somewhere because he's fallen away from this battle a bit. Lanchares, though, all the way up to second position. Fastest driver on track, setting personal bests and purple sectors all the while. Running it a bit wide there, though, at the Bugatti S's. Time ever so slightly running out for these drivers. They've got 4.5 minutes left to serve their mandatory stops. When will they come in? I think Lanchares maybe will come in this time. No, he doesn't, but Aubrey Hall comes into the pits. He will hand the Ginetta over. This is Lanchares to the inside of Ivo Prada. So that's how that move was made. What it doesn't really clarify is where the Kia lost its time. But Prada with some serious pace out there, a 1:44.8, half a second quicker on the previous lap than Fothergill. Fothergill, who leads by just under 4 seconds at this juncture, will have the shortest pit stop of any of these Cup class cars at the front of the field, of course. Having finished off the podium yesterday, it will just be the straight 2-minute base time for Fothergill as he hands over to Dave Bennett. Bit of a slide on there from the McLaren. There's Albert Vasquez, who's now taken over the 22 Ligier. He's rejoined directly behind Vitor Costa. That's a battle for position. I think it will be around P5, P6 once all things shake out in the pit stops. 97.2 Cup car versus Ligier JS2R. Will Ivo Prada make his way into the pits this time, or will he do an additional lap? Both he and Lanchares are in, and Fothergill is going to push right up until the last time by. He has to pit on the next time, otherwise he'll be outside of the pit window. So Ramiro Garcia Pumarino will take over this 21 car from Land GP Racing. Will have a 5-second handicap on top of their base 2 minutes. The McLaren 570S with a base 122nd time. So I think the Stephanie Herbeker, who takes that car over from Ivo Prada, the McLaren, should come back out ahead of the Land GP Porsche. All going well. Who has kicked up gravel? Oh, that's the talk with Janetta. I think potentially on an outlap. Yeah, Antonio Almeida having a drama. Fresh out of the pits. And straight into the gravel. Unfortunate for Antonio Almeida, but he kept the car going, kept the pedal planted, and just about avoided getting beached in the gravel trap. Good driving from Almeida, good salvaging from Almeida. Race leader Marcus Fothergill will be making his way into the pits here in just a few seconds' time. He will be handing the car over to Dave Bennett. Fothergill should be just coming around the final corner now, and indeed does now pit. So Marcus Fothergill for ProTech Motorsport will hand the car over to Dave Bennett now. Bennett should come back out as the race leader, but can he hold on to that after the pit stop? So then Dave Bennett will take over the leading car. For now, he's serving a long pit stop, of course. Stephanie Herbeker currently on outlap, and she'll be looking to challenge Bennett. They will have both had roughly, in fact, they will have had the exact same pit stop time. So Herbeker could well soon be the overall leader if she can catch up to Dave. Traditionally, you'd expect slightly more pace out of Stephanie Herbeker than Dave Bennett. But based on what Dave was saying about Rui Morita, I think he's largely focused on the cup battle rather than the overall. There is the 69 car. You can see the brakes have been going through it a little bit, can't you? Smoke pouring from them. The car will be released momentarily. Where is the McLaren in comparison? There goes Bennett. He will rejoin the race theoretically as the leader. But where will Stephanie Herbeker be by comparison? What will the gap be between them? That's going to be the huge question. There goes the Porsche out onto the circuit. Where's the McLaren? Where's the Kia Ceed in third place as well? Looking in the background, there's the McLaren. We just saw it in the back of shot. The gap is what, 6-7 seconds? Dave Bennett rejoins as the leader. But Bennett is going to have to work hard now. Herbeker and Ferreira are within 10 seconds. So for the overall win, he's going to have to work very hard indeed. You can see him just trying to get temp into the tyres. Meanwhile, we rejoin the lead battle in the BMW M2 Racing Cup, which of course has now had a change of characters. Diego Sirigado has taken over the leading car. But Francisco Roby Quiros, who was or is driving solo, is now right there on the back of Diego. So that's a fight for class position. And look at that late braking from Francisca. She really was committed, and I think she's got that move done. Or maybe not, drifting out wide. It's going to be side by side as they head through the bend and towards the Le Mans corner now. Very close racing. Diego Sirgado has just about held on for now, but Francisca Robiqueiros looks quick and looks determined. Keep an eye on that. We also need to keep an eye on the interval between Bennett and Ferreira. 6 seconds for now. In fact, no, never. Yes, of course, there's been a change of position. Stephanie Herbaker has lost out to Andre Ferreira for second place overall. And now it's Ferreira who's hunting down Dave Bennett. 5.4 seconds, the gap between Bennett and Ferreira. That TCR car, the Kia Ceed, is on its way to the back of the Porsche. We'll keep an eye on that as the sectors unwind. For now, we continue to watch this BMW M2 Cup battle. Can Francisca have another go? She's thinking about it. Got a good run there out of the Bugatti S's. They now head towards the Monza corner. There's a little look to the inside. Doesn't cost herself too much momentum out of the turn critically, and now we'll have the slipstream again, which led her to that late braking move at turn 1 a lap ago. I'm not sure she's quite close enough to do the same again this time by, but hey, I'm not entirely convinced she was close enough last time and she made it work. You can see that the slipstream does pull her a little bit closer, but she's not going to be close enough on this occasion. That battle continues on. Just checking in here on the lead gap. It's halved, 2.3 seconds between Bennett and Ferreira at the front of the field. Overall lead under contest. Gap has halved. Dave Bennett is under immense pressure. We get a look back at 5th place Stephanie Herbaker, who's unfortunately falling through the field. But at the front of the queue, at the first corner, there is the battle for the lead. Dave Bennett and Andre Ferreira. Less than a second in it as they come out of that corner. But what's going on with Ferreira? Was he slow there? It looked to me like he was slow out of the first corner. It was 1.2 seconds at the line. And it looked to me like Andre Ferreira started slowing down. Is there something wrong with the Kia? That was an alarmingly slow first sector. Yes, that was. That was a really off-pace first sector from Ferreira. He's now back up to speed. Was there a momentary issue for the Kia driver? He's right there with Dave Bennett again. And look at that traction out of the turn from the front-wheel drive Kia. He's right there with Bennett. It's not going to be long at this rate of gain until we see the move made. And Rui Morita, of course, the second-place car in the Cup class, will be keeping a very close eye indeed on Dave Bennett. Out they go through towards Monza Bend, having exited the Bugatti S's, and there's very little time in it, and we saw that that Kia was quick on the main straight in the first phase of the race. I think Ferreira might get it done here, or he was much more committed through the final corner than Dave Bennett. I think that was a bit of an eye widener for Andre Ferreira. Bennett will hold on to complete another lap as the race leader. If anything, tripping up Ferreira there was somewhat advantageous for Dave Bennett. Oh, is he wide into the first turn? Yes, I think a little bit, but Ferreira was very wide into the first turn. Andre Ferreira off the circuit, and he's gone from second and challenging for the lead to 4th place overall, off the overall podium. while we've been watching this, there has been a change of lead in the BMW M2 Cup Iberia. Francisco Roviqueiros has moved up into the class lead, so good job from Francisca. We saw her challenging. We're now watching as Vitor Costa and Alba Vasquez have their fight. Vasquez waiting in the wings, and we've got to move on for the lead. Rui Morita to the inside of Dave Bennett. That is the lead to Rui Morita, and second place now to Ramiro Garcia Pumarino. We thought that it would be the Kia that would get past Bennett first, but that problem down at the first corner, that error down at the first corner, has changed the complexion of the race a little bit. But Bennett is about to get pushed off the overall podium because the Kia is right there with him, and indeed Andre Ferreira trying to make it work around the outside. Doesn't quite succeed in doing so, but will now try and claim the inside for the final corner. Doesn't succeed there either. Dave Bennett holding on to third position. But that's a really interesting top two for my money. Rui Morita and Ramiro Garcia Pumarino are going to fight it out for the cup win and the overall win at the front of the field. If Andre Ferreira can get around Dave Bennett, I wouldn't mind betting that he's a factor for the win as well. Although again, that Kia doesn't quite look as quick as it did earlier on. Morita, our race leader, the orange and white Porsche at the front of the field. What can Ramiro Garcia do in response when it comes to lap time? That's going to be the big question. They were a tenth apart through the first sector. Garcia Pumarino slightly slower, than Rui Morita. And Andre Ferreira has gotten into third place. He's now ahead of Dave Bennett. They were side by side coming out of the Farina hairpin. Who is in third? It is Andre Ferreira. You see that there in the back of shot. So Dave Bennett has fallen to fourth position and will soon be getting attacked for P4 as well, because Alejandro Arribas in the GTX leading Ligier is on the charge. Here's the battle for second in the GTX class. Well, it was on screen briefly. Stephanie Hebeka was losing out there to Antonio Almeida. I think Almeida will now be up into second in class, and if anything, will have his eyes set on Alejandro Arribas. Very quick lap that time from Ramiro Garcia Pumarino. A 1:44.7 took 3/10 out of Rui Morita. Vitor Costa still under pressure from Alba Vasquez. You can see just ahead of them as well that Stephanie Hebeka is still ahead of Antonio Almeida. So that's for second in the GTX class, just ahead of them for 6th and 7th overall. 6th and 7th overall. I was right the first time. However, we just saw through shot there. Antonio Almeida has gotten through. Almeida made it by at the first corner. There is the change of position confirmed on screen briefly. McLaren has lost out to the Ginetta. Vitor Costa continues to hold off Alba Vasquez here. These two have been going at it pretty much since the pit window of their respective pit stops ended. Vasquez yet to find a way through. They're both closing in now on Stephanie Hebeka as well, so that could be interesting. At the front of the field, Rui Morita has been slightly quicker this lap than Ramiro Garcia Pumarino. We'll keep an eye on the lap time of Andre Ferreira, and just looking at the sector splits, it does seem he's losing out to the Porsches, so I think that Ferreira is going to have to settle for third overall here as it stands. If anything, you might have to fight for that third overall, because Alejandro Arribas is steadily closing in on him, some 2.5 seconds back from Ferreira right now. But this has developed into a 3-car fight now. Stephanie Hebeka has fallen into the clutches of Vitor Costa. As a reminder, the Porsche Cup cars are in the Cup class, the likes of the Ligier and the McLaren are in GTX, but they do combine those classifications into the GTC standings, the overall GTC class. And therefore, it's all for points in the GTC classification. So Baker needs to try and defend those places. But here comes Vitor Costa to the inside of the McLaren. That looked a little bit academic. Nice move from Costa. And now Alba Vasquez trying to do the same. And 22, dicing it out, and Vasquez gets the better of Stephanie Herbaker. And that is for 8th position. Vasquez will now lock back in on Vitor Costa and try and make that happen. Gap between the top two, just 0.6 of a second. That's the closest battle on circuit. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino is trying hard here to find time on Rui Morita. They fluctuate sector on sector in terms of who's quicker. Oh, and it's a move around the outside for the lead. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino has just taken the race lead. I have to imagine there was an error somewhere at Monza perhaps, or the Bugatti S's for Rui Morita, because there was 6/10 between them at the start-finish line, or sorry, at the second sector split. And Rui Morita now finds himself in the second position. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino is in the lead. Indeed, a lot of time lost in the final sector for Rui Morita. He was 1.2 seconds off in terms of lap time in that last lap, and most of that was lost in the final sector. Is Morita nursing a problem? Because he's dropped quite alarmingly off the back of Ramiro Garcia Pumarino already. I would have expected him to immediately fight up against the Land GP Racing driver. But instead, he's watching the Ramiro Garcia Pumarino Porsche drive off into the distance. Engine sounds okay. I wonder if maybe he's run out of tyres. Again, very hot conditions today. And a lot of these drivers still figuring out how to get the best out of the Hankook rubber that's been introduced this year for the GTC and TC divisions. Very interesting scenes here with less than 5 minutes to go. It looks like Rui Morita does not have a response to the pace of Ramiro Garcia Pumarino, who has taken the race lead. While that's going on, in the back of shot, you can see the battle for third place getting closer. The Kia Ceed of Andre Ferreira is only 6.5 tenths clear of Alejandro Arribas. Arribas was 8 tenths quicker on the previous lap, and there he is right with the Kia. Ferreira's pace has slightly dropped away as this race goes on. Front-wheel drive car conditions, struggling a bit to grip, given he puts the power through the front wheels as well as asks the front wheels to do the turning. It can sometimes lead to quicker tyre wear than those around you, and I think that might be what he's struggling with. Alejandro Arribas looking for third overall here. It won't do anything for his championship points since the Kia is a TC class entry. But position is position, and Arribas is about to take it. He moves up into third position in the Chefo Sport by Petrogold car that Angel Santos, of course, started. They've had an up-and-down season so far. They'll be happy with an overall and GTC class podium. Elsewhere, Antonio Almeida has moved up to 5th overall at the expense of Dave Bennett. We get a replay of the move from Arribas. So Bennett is down to 6th position, and in fact he's now defending from Vitor Costa for 7th place, or for 6th place I should say. The ProTech Motorsport car of Bennett is just ahead of Vitor Costa for now, but they're very close as they come towards the first corner. In fact, Bennett, Vitor Costa and Alba Vasquez are right together as we see Costa to the inside of Bennett for 6th place. I think that move has been made. Has it? Yes, just about. Vitor Costa has gotten through. Costa then up to 6th place, and that gives him the podium in the Cup class. Dave Bennett will be frustrated that he's lost out on the Cup class podium. Fothergill will be frustrated with that early safety car that cost them much of their early advantage. But still a good showing from Bennett and Fothergill, and they will regroup, of course, for next time out. Certainly they've shown flashes of brilliance this year. We'll continue to see them fighting at the front this season, I'm sure. Less than 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go in this race. It has flown by. There is your 2nd place car, as it now is in the M2 Cup, because Francisca Roby Quiros has drove away. There she is, the leading car in BMW M2 Cup Iberia. Was fighting, of course, with Diego Sirigado, but now has over half a dozen seconds of lead. She's done a great job. Rui Morita has really dropped off of the leading car. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino continues to set great pace. 8 seconds clear of Rui Morita. This is the final lap of the race. Angel Lanchares and Ramiro Garcia Pumarino sharing a car, of course. They were in separate cars yesterday, but Angel Lanchares' 997 Cup car had an issue on just the 2nd lap of yesterday's race. And that's led to Lanchares sharing with Ramiro. They started at the very back of the field, lest we forget. P16, the last place on the grid. And that car is now our leader. It was a great first stint from Angel Lanchares. He was doing a really good job of carving his way through the field. And here at their local circuit, the Jarama circuit is the closest one to the Land GP Racing base. They are about to claim a victory here, a victory that they will be celebrating, I'm sure, in downtown Madrid this evening. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino makes his way through the final corner. You will see the checkered flag waiting for him, and it's a win for Land GP Racing. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino and Angel Lanchares. That is their first win, I believe, in Iberian Supercars. What a result. Close at the line for 2nd place between Rui Morita and Alejandro Arribas, but Morita just holds on. Andre Ferreira will cross the line in 4th position. He was being homed in on by Antonio Almeida, as we see there. And next across the line will be Vitor Costa. Costa, Alba Vasquez, and then Dave Bennett across the line. Ninth place for Nicole Drought there in the ProTech Motorsport Cayman. And rounding out the top 10, Stephanie Herbaker in the McLaren, although Nicole Drought had a penalty, so she's dropped back down behind Herbaker. Pedro Raposo will finish in 11th place. That'll be the last car across the line, the ProTech Motorsports Porsche 911 Cup car. And then to conclude the finishing order, it will be Francisca Roby Queiroz of Lob Motorsport, the Porsche 911 Cup car, or rather, sorry, the BMW M2 Racing. Well, Francisca Roby Queiroz winning the BMW M2 Iberia standings in that race. A great drive from her. We saw her battling, of course, with Diego Sirigado, got the better of that eventually and took a comfortable win. What a drive as well from Andre Ferreira. Off the pace a little bit towards the end, but still exciting to see that Kia Ceed TCR back on song. Ferreira will be happy with that, and I hope we see more of the Kia as the season goes on. Great car and exciting to have it back. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino and Angel Lanchares are race winners in the Supercars TC and GTC race number 2. Rui Morita taking second ahead of Alejandro Iribas. Andre Ferreira in 4th position. Antonio Almeida in 5th place. Vitor Costa taking 6th position in the Porsche ahead of Alba Vasquez in 7th place. 8th position for Dave Bennett and of course Marcus Fothergill. Stephanie Hobeika and Ivo Prada taking 9th in the McLaren, and Nicole Drought along with Lucas Fothergill taking P10. Pedro Raposo in 11th position along with Craig Davis. 12th position to Francisca Roby Queiroz, the winner of the BMW M2 element of the grid. Diego Sirigado and Bernardo Passana, the rest of your finishers. Bruno Salgado and Gabriel Cathoilo, of course, both with issues at the early stages of the race, did not take the checkered flag. Well, an exciting race in the Iberian Supercars TC and GTC divisions. At various points, I thought that 3 or 4 different cars had won this race. Getting a look back then at highlights of this one. Iberian Supercars GTC and TC race number 1. We had an immediate drama as there was a loop for the Ligier from Chefo Sport by Petrogold. There was also a collision. Bruno Salgado of Gianfranco Motorsport hitting the barriers. And that car, unfortunately, bringing out a safety car period. The 111 car, Gabriel Cathoilo, also coming to a halt and was part of the reason the safety car was scrambled. The driver with the most impressive launch was Dave Bennett. He went from 6th to 1st in the early stages. Meanwhile, the Porsche of Lanchares and Ramiro Garcia Pumarino was making up places. It was Lanchares who took the first stint. Pumarino would take the car over, and he would continue the great momentum. Antonio Almeida taking over the top with Ginetta, and unfortunately, immediately going gravel trapping. That was straight out of the pits and into the gravel. Marcus Fothergill came in with the leading car and handed it over to Dave Bennett. Bennett taking over and unfortunately wouldn't hold on to that lead. We had some great battling as well between the BMWs as they fought it out, and of course Bernardo Passano was leading that class. However, soon we'd see a change of position as Francisca Queiroz for Lob Motorsport made the move. We had a rally crossing moment as well from the Kia of Andre Ferreira. And that would maybe cost him a shot at the win as he continued to stay off the podium for the time being. Eventually he'd get away around Dave Bennett. The top two, though, would have a magnificent dice. Land GP's Ramiro Garcia Pumarino sweeping around the outside of Rui Morita for the lead. And that was a lead he would hold. Rui Morita would really struggle for pace at the end. Ditto, actually, the Ferreira Kia would start to slow down in the last phase. And that would hand 3rd position to the Chefo Sport Ligier. of Alejandro Ribas. But at the front of the field, it was a brilliant drive home from Ramiro Garcia Pumarino. Ramiro.
Gran victoria para vosotros, que después de los males, las dificultades de ayer, hoy una recuperación grandísima.
Sí, la verdad que ayer tuvimos muy mala suerte. Ángel hizo pole, rompió motor, estábamos los dos para estar ahí arriba y tener una lucha de equipo que nos hubiera encantado. Y hoy hemos decidido correr juntos para disfrutar de esta afición tan bonita que tenemos y sobre todo para, si sirve a lo mejor como ejemplo para los demás, para que vean que no solo se ganan las carreras, sino también teniendo un tío así al lado.
Bien. Y cuando empezaste la carrera, desde el último, ¿pensabas ser posible ganar la carrera?
Bueno, lo soñaba, lo había mentalizado, pero visualizado una vez y otra, pero bueno, era una cuestión de intentar poner el ritmo. Yo no conocía el coche, había dado 10 vueltas con él y bueno, hasta que me he hecho a él y luego ya he podido ya tirar, o sea que muy bien.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Hasta luego. So you can see that the celebration is on here in the LAN GP team. It was a great, as I told this, it was a great win for them. They start from last. They didn't even thought about it. Of course, they dream about it, but it was not their goal. But they did it, and they are very happy with all the afición that we have here. So back to studio.
Well, what a fabulous win it was for the Land GP car. As we alluded to, Lanchares and Ramiro Garcia Pumarino going from last to first over the course of that 50-minute race. They will be thrilled with that. Next up then, we will focus in on the GT4s of Iberian Supercars on their separate grid, and the amassed fans and mechanics and etc. making their way down there now to see the cars up close and personal. Will be another full grid for these GT4s, and on pole position it is Philip Varver for NM Racing Team. That could be a great opportunity for them. They had great pace yesterday, especially Varver, and he will be starting from pole position alongside Gianfranco Motorsports' Alexandre Aria. That's a really compelling front row of the grid, not just in terms of drivers, but also teams. Of course, NM Racing Team, a fairly new outfit still. Neil Montserrat controlling that from the stern. And then you've got Gianfranco Motorsport with so many decades of racing experience. You can go back through entry lists in the late 20th century and see them entering cars like Ford Sierras in national touring car racing and things of that nature. The Gianfranco name has been ever present in Portuguese and Iberian motorsport competitions, and they've been really successful here in Iberian Supercars over the last few years. The last couple of years they joined in 2025. Thomas Teixeira for Speedy Motorsport will line up third on the grid. Fourth will be Jan Duran for Promotion Motorsport. That, I think, is their best starting place of the season so far. Jan Duran and young Eric Genet. Anton Moorsing in the car that was on yesterday.
Después de la victoria de ayer, ¿podremos pensar en otra victoria para hoy?
Bueno, sin duda vamos a intentarlo con toda nuestra energía. Tenemos el hándicap que tenemos que conseguir recuperarlo en pista, pero esperamos poder hacerlo. Lo importante es no meterse en líos.
Con este calor que se siente, ¿piensas que los neumáticos tienen una importancia mayor?
Sí, sí. De hecho, probablemente yo sea menos agresivo en el primer stint para dejarle gomas a mi compañero suficientes para llegar a final de carrera. Es muy importante.
Okay, gracias y suerte.
Gracias.
So Jaime Garcia won the race yesterday, and he will try to win the race again today, but is aware of the handicap that he has, and also the tires will be an important factor for this race. So back to studio.
Yeah, interesting factor as always, the handicaps, and that will be one of the big players in this race, particularly if there's a safety car, as we just saw in GTC and TC. If there is a safety car period, that can really throw askew the effect that the handicaps have. Everyone now being taken off the grid, so I don't think we're going to get another interview in, unfortunately. Thank you, as always, for your efforts down there on the grid. The handicaps are as follows. SMC Motorsports, Rafael Riani and Luis Aguirre, after yesterday's win, they have 130 seconds worth of handicap. They're also only starting from 10th on the grid, so I think they're going to have a difficult race unless they can make some good progress. Aguirre, of course, and Rafael Riani in that car, 130 seconds for their pit stop, 125 seconds for the pole-sitting car of Philip Vava and Thomas Granzella, the NM Racing Team Mercedes car number 15, and a 3-second handicap, 123 seconds for Speedy Motorsports, Cesar Mercado and Thomas Teixeira, who line up third on the grid.
Neil, yesterday it was a good race for you. And today you are starting from the pole. What are your prospects?
Yeah, yesterday was a very, very good race. P3 overall, P2 category. Also very good race with the other two cars. Today, Philippe, pole position. We are very happy, and I think we have to keep the first position. Try to keep the first position. It's not going to be easy, but we will try hard.
Where do you think will be your main concern?
I'm sure the Toyotas are pushing a lot. The Toyotas have a very, very good performance. We also, and we will fight to keep the Toyotas behind.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
And back to studio.
So then Neil Montserrat, the team boss who we've alluded to, the NM Racing Team head honcho, who also races occasionally with the team, is once again in the GT2 European Series this year, if memory serves me correctly. At the very least, the team is with their Mercedes-AMG GT2. Neil, who has long been an established racer here on the Iberian continent. It's been good to watch him evolving into the boss at that team. To go back to the matter of handicaps, we talked you through the GT4 Pro handicaps. There is Pro Bronze to consider as well. The 11 car, Jose Carlos Perez and Francisco Abreu, they start 7th on the grid. They've got 10 seconds of handicap because they won that class yesterday. Gianfranco Motorsports car, the Alexandra Aria car that starts on the front of the grid, that has a 5-second handicap. They were second in Pro Bronze yesterday, and so that car will have 125 seconds total in the pits. SMC Motorsports, Alfonso Colomina and Luis Mas have a 3-second handicap, so a total of 123 seconds in the pits for them. In the bronze class, the AutoWorks Motorsport car, Hector Hernandez and Borja Hormigos, they have a 10-second handicap, so 130 seconds. Ricardo Costa and Andres Prieto have a 5-second handicap, the 97, and Luis Caleros and Paulo Macedo have a 3-second handicap in the 38 Veloso car. Right. We're about to go racing. Let's talk you through the grid. For pole position, Philip Vava, the number 15 NM Racing Team Mercedes, looking for a victory here. Can they do it here today? Certainly the Pacers look strong with the number 15. And It is a win that he and Thomas Granzella are looking for from pole position. Second on the grid, Alexandra Aria in the first of the Pro Bronze cars, the Gianfranco Motorsport machine. Thomas Teixeira, third place. The Speedy Motorsport car on the second row alongside Jan Duran for Promotion Motorsport, their best opportunity of the season so far. Anton Mursing in fifth position for Racar Motorsport alongside Orlando Bettina of Bettina Racing in sixth place. Francisco Abreu, P7 on the grid in the first of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supras. Ivan Velasco is eighth. He is the pole of the bronze runners, eighth overall and first bronze on the grid. Luis Mas in ninth position. It's an all SMC Motorsport McLaren row 5 with the 27 of Luis Mas and the 25 of Luis Aguirre there in ninth and 10th. Luis Tavares 11th on the grid for Speedy Motorsport in their Supra, and then Joel Bergstrom in the Supra that he and Roberto Faria are driving this weekend after issues with the Aston Martin in Portimao. Borja Amigos is 13th on the grid in the AutoWorks Motorsport BMW. Andres Prieto 14th in the 97 Mercedes. Mario Pignazzo lines up 15th in the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Alongside Luis Leveau for Montelos Competicios in the number 52 Aston Martin. The 26 Rodrigo Almeida starting all the way down in 17th with a lot of work to do. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Catano Portugal car that he shares with Kiko Mora. Kian Potes, the CV Performance Group JP Motorsport Mercedes, is 18th on the grid. Then it's Jean Garcia Sanchez, the first of the two AM cars here this weekend, the SMC McLaren. Paulo Macedo for Veloso Motorsport is next in 20th. Javier Macias Amores in 21st, and another car that we can expect to come up from the rear, Ruben Costa in the number 3 Speedy Motorsport Porsche, only 22nd on the grid with some work to do. So the GT4 division of Supercars Iberia this weekend, only the Supercars Hispana classes to have to consider. Which is good news for, I think, some of the strategists who don't have to think about multiple championship permutations at once, and the commentators. But we are loving the action so far here at Jarama. This is the final Supercars race of the weekend. The GT4 division, always a fitting conclusion to proceedings. We are here at Circuito del Jarama. We are in 2x2 formation. And is the safety car peeling off? Yes. We are going to go racing. Philip Vava has control of the field immediately. We go to full speed. It's a good start from Orlando Bettina. He's had a really good getaway. It's very close on the far extreme right as they run down to the first corner. Philip Vava should have the lead. He's got the inside line. And it will be Vava with an early race lead. Aria second, Teixeira third, Jan Duran in fourth place. It was a really good launch from Orlando Bettina off the line. He hasn't really capitalised though. He remains side by side for sixth position. Everyone else working their way through the order. Ruben Costa has gained some places in the Speedy Cayman already. He's moved up 3, maybe even 4 spots as they run through the first sector for the first time. Bettina there looked like he was under some pressure. Yes, he is. One of the McLaren Arturas right behind him. That was Luis Aguirre in the Pro Class car, who's trying to move through the field as quickly as he can. Everybody has made it through, although I think Rodrigo Almeida has lost time on the first lap. He's right at the back of the field and about 3 seconds off the next car. So Almeida's had some drama. A bit of a sideways moment there from the Aston Martin of Ivan Velasco, who we just see through shot ahead of the Luis Tavares Speedy Motorsport Supra. As they come across the line for the first time with a nice advantage. It is Philipp Varver. He's built 1.3 seconds worth of gap on the first lap. Alexandra Aria remains in second place. Then it's Teixeira. Then it's Jan Duran in fourth place. Jan Duran will be hoping to stay there. And we've got a move for seventh place there, I believe. Luis Aguirre up into P7. That at the expense of Orlando Bettina. Gradually extending his advantage at the fore of the field. Alexandra Aria in that second position overall. Of course, overall positions matter to all racing drivers, but what's important to him as well is holding on to that Pro Bronze lead. And he's currently got 3 cars between himself and the next Pro Bronze entrant, that being Francisco Abreu. So he's in a fairly comfortable position and doesn't really have to worry too much about Philipp Varver ahead. Certainly, I doubt he's going to let Teixeira and co go through without a fight. Now, Luis Aguirre has moved up to 7th place. We saw him diving past Orlando Bettina at the first corner on the previous lap. Can he close in on the back of this leading queue? The top half dozen or so have broken away from the field, or more accurately, Philipp Varver has broken away in the lead, and then second through 6th are in a queue. And certainly the SMC Barcelona McLaren would like to be in that as well. Luis Aguirre would like to hand this car over to Rafael Riani in as good of a spot as he can to try and replicate the joy of yesterday's race victory, but he's got work to do, especially with a 10-second handicap to serve in the pit stop window. Philipp Varver managing that gap at about 1.5 seconds right now over Alexandra Aria. Teixeira doesn't seem to have the pace to really challenge Aria right now in second. The pair of Evo 2 spec Toyota Supra GT4s, the dominant car on the grid where it comes to numbers, as is often the case down here in Iberia. No fewer than 6 of them on the grid this weekend. It's Portimao, where we also had the Supercars Endurance and Portugal Velocidad points up for grabs. That number was up over 10 Supras on the grid. Field streams through then, all 22 parties, actually only 21 parties still running. Rodrigo Almeida, we said that he dropped off the back of the pack. Not only that, but he's in the pits and is now a lap down. I think Rodrigo Almeida has had a technical issue of some description. I'm sure Jorge will be down there in due course with his cameraman to try and find out for us what's gone on there. Toyota Gazoo Racing Caetano Portugal car, the 26th Pro Class entry. Unfortunately, not taking any further part, at least the front-running positions. They might try and get it out there to score some points, but once you've lost a lap in a 50-minute race, that's basically final. Off the circuit goes the 70 car of Jean Garcia. Off track, and off track some more. McLarens have never gone rallying to my knowledge, but that was a close approximation. He has rejoined at the rear of the field. We keep an eye on progress of Luis Aguirre. 0.6 back now from the Supra of Francisco Abreu, so he has caught up now with that top half dozen. Just a bit wild and loose there under braking for the first corner, but kept the car on track. And you often see that actually with the McLarens. The fastest setup for them involves quite a lot of counter steering under braking. I think they run quite a lot of rearward brake bias to get the car turned in for the turns. But of course, the side note of that is that you sometimes really have to battle the car under braking. Mercedes at the front of the field is actually losing some time to Alexandra Aria now. After initially putting the gap out, it's just on 1 second, so I've lost about 6 or 7 tenths over the course of the last couple of laps, has Philip Varver. Now, is he playing the long game here and looking to hand over a nice fresh set of tyres to his teammate Thomas Granzella, or is he just struggling out there a little bit? Certainly your teammate will always thank you in a multi-driver race for handing over the car with a nice cushion to the rest of the field, but not if it's come at the expense of any tyre grip to work with. Of course, these cars all running on the Pirelli P0s, bringing the Supercars series in line with really the entire global GT4 system. A look to the inside there from one of the McLarens. I think that was the SMC Motorsport car of Luis Mas going for 11th place. I don't know if he got the better of that. He was racing with Andres Prieto for P11. Meanwhile, has been right there on the back of Jan Duran, who hasn't had the pace to match the top three. Duran has fallen back away from the top three in the big BMW and is some 2.3 seconds back from Thomas Teixeira, under quite a lot of scrutiny from the Dane Anton Mersing. I don't know that Mersing will be keen to just bide his time. He'll want that 4th position. He'll want to hand the car over to Matthew Martins in as strong of a place as he possibly can. They were so close to winning yesterday, that 77 crew, Mersing and Martins. And then there was a collision between themselves and Aguirre coming out of the Farina Bend. And I think maybe some damage to the Aston, or even just triggering the pit lane limiter by accident. Whatever it was, the Aston ended up finishing well outside the top 10. I think today is about avenging the loss of that victory and getting some good points on the board. On that latter note, Mersing won't want to lose too many points. They had a rough time at Portimao, so Mersing and Martins, last year's overall champion, of course. Any hope of winning a title this year, they need to avoid losing any more points. So while moving up the field is probably for the best, of course, more points, better chance of prizes, they also don't want to risk a lunge for 4th place that then becomes a DNF. Mersing having to hoe that line, as it were. There is Jan Duran running in that 4th place with Mersing behind him. Aria still right there with Philip Varver. Varver's actually gained a little time in that final sector. The gap was 0.6, it's now out at 0.8. But it doesn't seem that those Supras are shakeable for Philipp Vavre in the Mercedes AMG. Vavre, who is a professional race engineer, he'll know that car very well. He probably did most of the setup work, as to the inside of Velasco goes Luis Tavares. Tavares moving up into 9th position there with a dive at the first corner. But Velasco down a position, now has to look out for Andres Prieto behind him and Luis Mas and also Joel Bergstrom as well. You can see there, as soon as the move was made, Tavares has dropped the anchors and gone for it. He had the speed, he was just in the dirty air, stuck behind that Aston Martin. You can also see there the Artura of Luis Mas, which looks very quick. And certainly being driven hard by Mas. Can he find a way past Prieto ahead of him, or Velasco? Velasco certainly looks like he's under threat here and under duress from Prieto directly behind him. That is for first and second in the bronze class, incidentally. The NM Racing Team Mercedes against the Aston Martin, but the McLaren trying to play spoiler. So Luis Mas wanting to make up overall positions, while Prieto is trying to claim the bronze class lead from Ivan Velasco. Prieto there going to the inside, but I think that had a lot more to do with defending than attacking, to be honest. The rest of the field come through shot at the first turn. Bergstrom there on the back of McLaren now. It ebbs and flows in this battle back. There's a move to the inside from fast lead from Prieto. Didn't quite get it done. Velasco holds on to the bronze class lead and 10th overall for now, and he gets some assistance now in the form of Luis Mas trying to get himself past Prieto. That's going to hold up the NM Racing Team Mercedes a bit, as he now has to go defensive. In some regards, it may be worth allowing Luis Mas. Oh, Mas getting onto the grass there. Cost himself some time and almost went off the track as a result. I was going to say that in some regards, you could say, well, why doesn't Prieto just let the McLaren through and then try and follow it past the Aston? But with Joel Bergstrom right there with them, you can't afford that kind of move. He has the inside line, though, for the final corner. It's side by side. They stay in the throttle, both of them. It's a drag race down to the first corner. The Mercedes has the inside. This is for the bronze class lead. Andres Prieto with a nose ahead. Velasco in the Aston Martin on the outside line. And he's lost the bronze class lead to Prieto of NM Racing Team. Luis Mas is trying to follow him through as well. Luis Mas in a pro bronze class car, so it's not for positioning category. But that's Ivan Velasco down 2 spots in quick succession. And the bronze class lead now with Andres Prieto in the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Prieto also up 10th overall with that, and the NM team now leading in 2 different classes. They're leading the overall order, of course, with Philipp Vavre in the Pro car. Now they have the bronze lead, courtesy of Andres Prieto. That said, Philipp Vavre is only half a second clear of Alexandre Aria, who looks increasingly racy behind him. Last lap for Aria, a 1:40.098, which makes him the quickest driver on the circuit. Vavre is under a significant amount of pressure at the front of the field. 0.5 of a second as they came across the line. Again, Aria marginally quicker than Vava on the previous lap. We now join that leading dice, the overall leading car, the Pro Class leading car, under pressure from the Pro Bronze leader, Alexandra Aria. He wants to hand the car over to teammate Nuno Afonso in the best position possible. We've seen some magic from Alexandra Aria already this season. Always a quick driver. Of course, they were the overall winners in race 2 at Portimao. So they're familiar with being at the front of the overall order. The 4 car, Thomas Teixeira keeping a watching brief in 3rd position in the yellow, black and white Supra. In just over a minute and a half's time, the pit window will open in this race. So next time by, drivers will be able to pit if they so choose. We'll see who decides to take that early. I would think that both Vava and Aria will hold on for a while. Here's Ivan Velasco now under pressure from Joel Bergström, trying to sweep around the outside line. And that's Bergström up another position. Roberto Faria, of course, taking that car over. Bergström currently in the slightly strange position of being an Aston Martin Academy driver in a Toyota after the Aston they were meant to drive at Portimao had technical issues that were yet to be resolved. Pit window is now open. Or rather, sorry, not yet open, but not far away from opening. Indeed, as the 20th minute comes to an end, or we have the pit window opening now. So at this point, the pit window does open. And any drivers who are yet to pass the pit entry can peel in this time if they so choose. Will anyone make the call to stop at the first opportunity? Yes, actually. Anton Mursing has pitted to hand the car over to Matthew Martins. Ditto, Joel Bergström wants the car in Roberto Faria's hands. Of course, Martins and Faria last year were teammates for much of the season, and it was Faria who really helped Matthew Martins in what turned out to be a championship season for the Frenchman. Matthew Martins, who was last year's overall Iberian Supercars champion. Having been a runner-up in 2024, having had success in Carrera Cup France, in the Ligier European Series as well. Quite the glittering resume for Matthew Martins. Follow there the 85 Mercedes and the 36 Mercedes. Those cars further down the field, both running in the Pro Bronze class. Mario Pignazzo in the NM Racing Team car, Chiampotes in the CV Performance and JP Motorsport combined entry. Orlando Bettina there, getting a bit wayward through the bend known as Monza. He's chasing Francisco Abreu. Abreu comes into the pits this time, so he's handing the car over, the Pro Bronze entry. Also in, as we saw, Cesar Mercado will take over the number 4 because Thomas Teixeira has pitted. The pit stop's ongoing. There is the 27 car of Luis Mas, which is yet to pit. Everyone at the front of the field is staying out for now, with the exception of Teixeira, of course. He pitted from 3rd. Quite interested to see what Jan Duran and Eric Genet can do with the rest of this race. They don't have any penalty, whereas Philip Varver does. Most of the cars around them do have penalties. Jan Duran currently roughly matching the pace of Philip Varver. Eric Genet will take that car over. We've seen what Eric can do, of course, in TCR Spain and TCR Europe, where he's won races. Still learning the ropes of rear-wheel drive GT cars. But handing the car over to Genet with no penalty, just the base 2-minute time, I think that BMW could certainly be a factor for a podium in the overall standings for this race. As a reminder, our leading car, Philip Varver, has a penalty of 5 seconds to contend with. Alexandre Aria has 10 seconds when he brings the car in. Of course, there will be driver changes there as well. Philip Varver will hand his car over to Thomas Granzella. Apologies, it's only a 5-second handicap for Nuno Afonso and Alexandre Aria, so they both have 5 seconds extra to serve in the pits, and that should put Eric Genet ahead of them. There you see the McLaren of Luis Mas still on the back of Andres Prieto for what is currently 6th overall, but of course that's partly because of the pit cycle. Some side-by-side action as well, as Borja Hormigos makes his way past in the 40 car. That was Enrique Oliveira losing out. In fact, of course, with those two having pitted already, that's Hector Hernandez in the BMW now. Borja Hormigos started the car. Distance in this race as we get a look back at Velasco lapping one of the AM class BMWs. Our leaders continue on. We've just gone over the halfway threshold in this race. So 25 minutes in the books, 24 and a half left to go. 27 car of Luis Mas has been in battles pretty much since this race started. Luis hasn't had a dull moment here. Would like to get past Prieto before handing the car over, I'm sure. Of course, Mas will pass the car on to Alfonso Colomina. Colomina, who we've previously seen racing in the GTX division, of course. He was in an older SMC Barcelona McLaren in years gone by. Colomina, a long-standing part of the SMC Barcelona tapestry. You see there the 722 car now being driven by Roberto Farrier, and Farrier is applying pressure to Jose Carlos Perez in the number 11 Gazoo Racing Toyota. them lurking is the Rafael Riani McLaren. So that car is also on the same lap as them, but with that 10-second handicap that they had for winning yesterday's race, Aguirre and Riani stopped 10 seconds longer. And with it, they have lost some time. Now, have our leaders pitted yet, or are they going right to the end? They have pitted. So Thomas Granzella has been in, as has Nuno Afonso. See where Eric Genet comes out relative to them. So I think that could be one of the big stories for the second phase of the race, what Genet has available. Some great racing here between Faria and Jose Carlos Perez. Faria feeling the pressure. Rafael Riani wanting to get involved as well. There is the 77 car. Matthew Martins, who's right there with Cesar Mercado, and just behind them is Genet. So that is 9th, 10th, 11th for now, but these cars are all going to be in podium contention very shortly once the pit window is over. Indeed, Thomas Granzella is going to be exiting the pits here in the next few seconds, and where will he come out relative to Mercado, to Martins, to Eric Genet? That is going to be a big question. The answer might determine what the second half of this race looks like. They come down the main straight now. I think Granzella is just about rolling in the pit lane. Yes. There he is, coming out of the pits, and it's going to be a change of race lead in favour of Cesar Mercado once the pit window has ended. There's still a couple of cars that are ahead of them by dint of serving their pit stop late, but Mercado effectively is now your race leader. However, he has Matthew Martins right behind him. Martins is pressuring the Toyota driver. Eric Genet has assumed what will be third position. He's holding that off from Thomas Granzella, who's 5 seconds. Oh no! Matthew Martins with a puncture! Oh, their season has been snake bit so far. This weekend in particular. They were so close to winning yesterday. Then that last lap contact cost them and seemingly damaged the car, and now a puncture on the 77 Racar Aston Martin. Matthew Martin's Iberian Supercars title defence is proving to be a tricky one. This weekend only counts towards the Supercars of Fana points, but all the same, he is having a wretched season so far, along with Anton Morsing. And he hasn't even got it in him to take the car back to the pits. He draws it up on the grass and unfortunately not in a great position. I fear we're going to go to safety car here. If he could just back up a bit, he'd be close to a access road and they could maybe pull the car back behind the barriers, but I think we're going to have to go to safety car. There we see the 25 car of Rafael Riani on the back of Jose Carlos Perez. Roberto Faria has already gotten past. So Perez has lost out to Faria. They're still racing. We are still green. Yet to see any indication of a safety car. I wonder if perhaps Matthew Martins has continued. Under green flag conditions for now as Cesar Mercado leads this race. Eric Genet, of course, has been promoted to second as a result of Matthew Martins' puncture. And drifting out wide there was Jose Carlos Perez, of course, that's a pro bronze entry, so they're not necessarily fighting for class honours here, because Riani behind him is a pro driver. Really lacking for hitting apexes at the moment, quite frankly, Jose Carlos Perez. And there is a very dejected Matthew Martins walking away from the 77 Aston, and he's going to be wondering what they have to do to get a good result in the board this year. Coming out of Jarama, their best finish still 8th overall, and that was last time out at Portimao. So with the pit stop window now concluded, Cesar Mercado leads this race and the pro class by 2.3 seconds for Speedy Motorsport. The promotion Motorsport BMW Hispana car of Eric Genet is next. Thomas Granzella in 3rd position. Nuno Afonso, the pro bronze leader, runs 4th overall, 3.7 seconds clear of Nuno Perez, but I think Perez is gaining marginally, and that could be interesting as the race goes on. João Branco runs 6th overall for Speedy Motorsport in another of the Toyotas, but he's being hunted down by Roberto Faria. Sure enough, here they are on screen, 6th and 7th position, and Faria with the bit between his teeth, wanting to get himself at least into the overall top 5, currently running 7th in the grey Supra. Continue the rundown. Jose Carlos Perez runs 8th, Rafael Riani 9th, and Alfonso Colomina rounding up the top 10 ahead of Ricardo Costa, who took the 97 NM Racing Team Mercedes over after Andres Prieto's stint. And Costa now leads in the bronze class with a comfortable margin as well over Vasco Oliveira, about 5 seconds back from him. 5 seconds and numerous cars between them, I should say. They're closing in there on one of the McLarens that is a lap down. That could be a factor. Or are they going to go either side of the McLaren? I think there that off track went João Branco, trying to avoid the McLaren. He did go off track. I think Faria did as well. João Branco off the circuit. You just saw him go 2 wheels on the grass to avoid the McLaren as we cut away. And the number 5 car of João Branco has unfortunately had a moment. I think we're getting a replay of what happened here. Yeah, Branco just pushed off. And nowhere really to go as the McLaren of Alejandro Dent just didn't spot that the Toyota was there. I think Faria went off the circuit as well in kind of sympathy almost. Only now gets himself past the McLaren. That would have been a heart-in-mouth moment for both parties, particularly. Not just heart in mouth, but extremely frustrating for João Branco, who was fighting for 6th place and now finds himself in 13th. Roberto Faria has now moved up to 6th place, but he's got some work to do now to close in on anybody else. 5.6 seconds between himself and Nuno Perez ahead. And if he wants a pro class podium and the points that come with it, he's got to make up better part of 10 seconds on Thomas Granzella, which is a long, long shot. Just hunting down Nuno Afonso. This is for 3rd overall. Afonso, the AM half of the Pro Bronze, or the bronze half of the Pro Bronze lineup in the Supra. Might not make this too hard for Granzella, to be honest, because the more pressing issue is, well, about 5.5 seconds further back, and that is Nuno Perez, the next of the Pro Bronze entries, and Perez is the pro in that car. There are realistically two schools of thought. Nuno Afonso might want to let Granzella go so that he can focus on getting good laps in, but to be fair, Granzella's not exactly closing in rapidly. Or you leave Granzella there behind you and you hope that Nuno Pires has some real trouble getting around the Mercedes. Certainly with Granzella not exactly homing up to the rear of Afonso, I suspect that the latter will be the case. In fact, the last couple of laps, Granzella has been slower than Afonso. We join Vasco Oliveira in 14th overall. He's just behind Guillermo Aso, who runs 5th in the Pro Bronze class right now. Oliveira is 2nd in the Bronze class. He's got, I mentioned earlier, about 5 seconds between himself and Ricardo Costa, the NM Racing Team leading bronze car. And I'm sure that Guillermo Aso will have even more prerogative to not allow the red Aston through. More of an orange Aston, but either way, the NM Racing Team driver Guillermo Aso, I think, will be getting the instruction, keep that Aston behind so that we can try and get Ricardo to the top step of the podium along with Andres Prieto in that bronze class. Front of the field, the pace is near identical between Cesar Mercado and Eric Genet on the previous lap, but they actually just crossed the line again, and Genet took almost 4/10 out of Cesar Mercado, more than 4/10 out of Cesar Mercado. Now, is Mercado just managing, or does Eric Genet have something here for the last phase of the race? That could be interesting if Genet can fight for the win. Mercado, of course, one of the mainstays of Iberian supercars. A very fast driver at that. Some gravel kicked up there by somebody, didn't see whom. But Mercado versus Genet at the front would be very entertaining. Eric Genet, one of the brightest young prospects of Iberian motorsport, going up against the experienced Cesar Mercado. I would pay for a ticket. This stream is free, huh? Gap down under 3 seconds between them now as we go into the final 10 minutes of this race. We get a replay here of... okay, this is where the gravel was coming from. It was an off-track moment for the Supra of Jose Carlos Perez, yeah. And Alfonso Colomina now right behind him, challenging for a Pro Bronze podium. So that might be an interesting story. Cesar Mercado and Eric Genet's gap continues to shrink. There they are going through shot. It was another 4/10 and change taken out of Mercado by Eric Genet on that lap. If Genet can get there, we could be on for a grandstand finish here in the Supercars Hispana. Part, of course, of the Iberian Supercars series. We have 3 championships encased within Iberian Supercars. There's the main Iberian Supercars points, there's Supercars Hispana, and there is the Portugal Velocidad series. And it's only the Spanish championship, the Supercars Hispana, that has points on the board today. One of the McLarens having an off-track moment there. Was that Alfonso Colomina, potentially? That would make sense. I watched the timing screen through the first sectors to see if that was Colomina. I think he is the one that's dropping, yeah. Alfonso Colomina with an error then. And that will drop him to 5th in the Pro Bronze standings. He was right behind Jose Carlos Perez a few moments ago, but that's no longer the case. Some investigations ongoing for overtaking under yellows. Car 97 and car 44. And the 97 is Ricardo Costa, the bronze leader, so that would be a big drama if they get a penalty. And Nuno Afonso is the Pro Bronze leader, 3rd overall, so that is also quite a big scalp if there is a penalty. We'll keep an eye on that. No confirmation of anything other than an investigation for the time being, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. Eric Janet's last lap was slower than that of Cesar Mercado, so the seesaw swung in the direction of Mercado again now. Was Cesar Mercado simply managing for later in the race? It's certainly a possibility. Mercado, who previous years here in Iberian Supercars, of course, has been a champion. He won all 3 championships in 2024. Last year he won the Portuguese series, the Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade, the series that scores points within the Iberian Supercars. And you don't get those accolades without knowing what you're doing, so Mercado might just be waiting a little bit here to make sure he's got some tyres at the end of the race. Now, what are the sector splits doing on this lap between them? Oh, it's gone down a lot. It had gone down a lot anyway. It went down to 2.0 seconds, but as they came through the start-finish line, it extended back out. So I think both Mercado and Janet may have been tripped up by traffic in consecutive sectors there. That's a move for position. Nuno Perez losing out to Roberto Faria for 5th overall. Faria up to P5, so he has managed to make up what was a 6-second gap. Unfortunately, he has 8 seconds now, effectively, between himself and Thomas Granzella, who sits in the 3rd place spot in the pro class. So I think a class podium, a bridge too far from Roberto Faria, but as we see so often here in Iberian Supercars, we're getting a showcase of the class of Roberto Faria, a driver who I know struggles a bit where it comes to budget. We saw that last year, kind of ran out of budget, unfortunately, and couldn't complete that campaign to win the championship with Matthew Martins in the Iberian Supercars. But we know what he's capable of, and with the right backing, Faria could really be a little superstar in GTs. Always a solid hand in single-seaters, but has taken to GTs very handily as well. It's quite a British following as well, does Faria. Studied at Farnborough. Also quite popular up in Liverpool. But the Brazilian racer, certainly someone with a lot of potential and talent. The gap has shrunk a little bit between Mercado and Eric Janet. .8 at the line. Again, I get the distinct impression that Mercado is just managing this race, but Eric Janet showing that he can match the pace and even surpass it a lot of the time. Ian Yangaran certainly a strong pairing for this year. Jumped out to me on the entry list for Portimao as potential championship favourites. We didn't really see that materialise at Portimao, a 7th and a 10th place finish, but their first podium is forthcoming. And from there you can build. Momentum is an underrated and simultaneously vastly coveted tool in motorsport. Knowing you can do it versus actually doing it are two very different things. Knowing you've got the potential versus having the trophy on your mantle, two very different things. If they leave with a trophy, they will have a lot of momentum to carry going forward. This is Guillermo Aso continuing to hold off Vasco Oliveira. And Aso, I think, now has quite an important job, because only 1.5 seconds clear of him is bronze class leader Ricardo Costa, his NM Racing team teammate. They've both been closing in on Costa, Guillermo Aso and Vasco Oliveira behind him. Of course, Guillermo Aso is a pro bronze driver, and NM Racing team will be willing him on to try and hold off the Aston so that there's no chance of Oliveira getting through for the bronze lead. But Guillermo Aso side by side now with Vasco Oliveira. Oliveira trying to find room and traction on the outside of the corner. They're still side by side. He's going to sweep around the outside and he gets the move done. That is critical. Oh, they both go off on the grass, pushing the limits. Now this will be their penultimate lap of the race. And Oliveira in the Rackart Aston Martin is, what, 2 seconds? 1.9 seconds back from Ricardo Costa for the bronze lead. Now that's not a small margin. And he's got that traffic to contend with there through the Ascari bends, but he will push to try and get there if he can. While that's going on, Cesar Mercado is not far away from crossing the line to start the final lap. He does so now. There was a move on there as well between Nuno Perez and Rafael Riani. Riani didn't get through though. Raul Zanzarin is right there with them, and I tell you what, that Porsche has been real quick in the speed traps. It's the only car that I've seen exceeding 240 kilometers an hour at the line. Very quick, that Cayman today. It currently runs 8th overall, but it may yet be 7th because Rafael Riani is under scrutiny and pressure now. That would be for 5th in the Pro class as well, and every point counts. There goes Riani, though, to the inside of the Pro Bronze car of Nuno Perez. Perez allows it to happen, says, you know what, you guys are not my battle. You go about your business. Look at the speedy Motorsport Porsche being squeezed to the outside. They're still side by side, and it's 2 positions and as many corners for Raul Zanzarin. Zanzarin up into 6th place. And that will be 5th place points in the Pro Bronze division. Very valuable indeed. It is the final lap of the motor race. And Cesar Mercado and Thomas Teixeira are about to claim a victory in Iberian Supercars. Their first of the season. They got a 2nd place finish at Portimao. They're going to go one better at Jarama. Teixeira and Mercado, winners for the first time this year in Iberian Supercars. A great result for Eric Kane and Jan Duran to take 2nd position. 3rd overall goes to Nuno Afonso, our Pro Bronze class winner, ahead of Thomas Granzella. P5 will go the way of Roberto Faria. P6 will go to Raul Zanzarin. Rafael Riani in 7th. Perez. Nuno Perez in 8th, Jose Carlos Perez in 9th, and João Guerra rounding out the overall top 10. But will Ricardo Costa hold on to the to the bronze class win? It looks like he will. He's coming across the line now. Here they go, and Ricardo Costa does just break the beam. 0.7 of a second clear of Vasco Oliveira. I think if you'd given Oliveira another lap, he may have got to the back of Costa. Your AM winners have crossed the line. Smurg for Promotion Motorsport. Alejandro Vent, second in that class. But what a win for Speedy Motorsport, for Cesar Mercado, for Thomas Teixeira. I'm sure those two will be celebrating. Here's the order in full then. Mercado crosses the line to win on behalf of he and teammate Thomas Teixeira. Eric Janae and Jan Duran take second. Afonso in third position, winning the Pro Bronze class. Thomas Granzala in fourth position ahead of Roberto Faria, Raul Zanzaran and Rafael Riani. Nuno Perez second in Pro Bronze ahead of Jose Carlos Perez, who rounds out that podium. João Aguirre Branco in 10th for Speedy Motorsport. In 11th place, Ricardo Costa, the NM Racing Team driver who wins the bronze classification ahead of Vasco Oliveira. Alfonso Colomina in 13th place. Guillermo Eso in 14th place. Hector Hernandez in 15th. Luis Caleros in 16th. Enrique Oliveira for Montelos Competicios in 17th place ahead of Smurg, the AM class winner. Alex Vent in 19th position. Hirmar Acosta was in the pits, came into the pits after just after taking the car over, sadly, and would be classified 20th. Matthew Martins, of course, a DNF after the puncture right at the start of that second stint. Could he have challenged for the victory? I think he could have done. Unfortunate for Matthew Martins and Racar Motorsport, and Rodrigo Almeida ditto. A big disappointment for himself and teammate Francisco Mora with car issues on only the second lap of the race. But it will be delight for Cesar Mercado and Thomas Teixeira, your overall winners. It will be delight for Gianfranco Motorsports, Nuno Afonso and Alexandra Aria, who win in the Pro Bronze class. And indeed in GT4 Bronze, Andres Prieto with a great first stint, handed the car over to Ricardo Costa, who signed, sealed and delivered the bronze victory for NM Racing Team. I'd say some pivotal results there. Promotion Motorsports, Janae and Duran establishing themselves as potential contenders with that second place finish. They'll be looking to get some better qualifying performances on the board, I think. That's really been their main vice so far this season. We go to highlights then of race number 2 of the weekend in the GT4 division for Iberian Supercars, and what a start it was. With everyone compacting together, but the race lead was with the number 15, Philip Varda, the pole sitter in the early stages. Behind him was the Pro Bronze leader, Alexandra Aria, who had a strong first stint. He was being pursued by Thomas Teixeira in third position, who knew that he had less of a handicap than a lot of those around him. Where it came to the pit stops, in fourth place was Jan Duran for Promotion Motorsport, still getting to grips with that big BMW. Some action further back in the field as well as the NM Racing Team car, the 97. Andres Prieto moving past the Aston Martin for what was the bronze lead. A bronze lead that would remain in the hands of the 97 across the race. That Racar number 28 Aston would be under a lot of fire. Joel Bergstrom making his way around the outside to move up to what at the time was 12th position. Towards the front of the field, we saw again a lot of aggressive driving from the 722 car, Faria and Joel Bergstrom. But then after the pit window, heartbreak frankly for Matthew Martins. Tyre goes down, race hopes go down with it. And The 77 Racar Aston Martin withdrawn and left sat idly on the banks. A moment for the number 5 car, João Aguirre Branco, getting squeezed out there inadvertently by one of the SMC McLarens, and that sent him way off track and also spooked Roberto Faria, who had an off-track moment. But at the front of the field, having taken over from Thomas Teixeira, César Mercado was managing the race brilliantly on the final lap of the race. Ruben Costa was, or rather Raul Zaren, was making up places. But at the front, his speedy motorsport compatriot, César Mercado, took the checkered flag. Eric Dunay with second for Promotion Motorsport, a good result for them. And the Pro Bronze winning car of Alexandre Aria and Nuno Afonso rounding out the overall podium in what was a very scintillating race in Iberian Supercars. And with that, we now conclude the Iberian Supercars action for today. We've got more historic racing to come here at the Jarama Classic. We'll also have interviews in just a few seconds here. Our VT there signalling the end of the TV broadcast. Of course, the Iberian Supercars going out onto zone in the Iberian region, but I think we'll still hear some interviews from downstairs before we focus in on the rest of the racing action. We still have the Carrera 80 second race to come. That's next up, in fact, a 40-minute race for them. And then the single-seater series with their last race of the day. That'll be a 20-minute encounter for those cars. Some on-track activity at the moment for some partners and sponsors. And while that goes on and we wait for the action from the Carrera 80 in the Group 1 Portugal, we'll take a brief intermission here in the box, but we'll be back just before the next race, which is set to start at 15:55 local time, so in about 35 minutes. It'll be the Carrera 80s and the Group 1 Portugals. Stay with us for some more historic racing and some more single-seater action.
Se hago el paraguas ya para medio de la pista. Nada, venga, así puedo conseguir el paraguas, tío. Venga. ha caído ahí en medio de la pista, lo ha cogido el comisario, me lo ha ido a pasar y se ha caído en medio. Y yo ya lo quedaría.
No te lo pasan a última hora, ¿no?
¿Ah?
Ahora te lo pasan igual. Ahora.
Me va a pasarlo, lo que yo sopla.
Por eso te digo que
Pero no pueden saltar la valla esa. Me voy a chicharrar. Claro. Vamos a volver a la vida también.
me llama antes cuando acaba el vídeo igual como a sostenido. Soy capaz de clavar los planos. Si no pasa, pues que veas cómo nos respetan. Es lo que lo dice. Antes eran los clásicos. Y luego se ¡yo! Esta ha sido bastante más divertida que la de ayer, yo creo, ¿no? Había unos adelantamientos así de...
No, pero este ocurre con una óptica pequeña, con 40 por donde sea. Un poquito de este de timón.
La sombra y hemos dejado y...
No, solo con un equipo normal.
Estamos en junio, ¿no?
¿Sabes qué carrera nos queda?
Una de 40 creo.
Bien. Para nuestra estación, 7:30 de la tele.
Yo le he dicho que me quiero volver al lado. Yo digo, eso se me ganas, ¿por qué me ganas? Yo creo que luego por sano y... de mi casa está a 15 minutos y me tengo que ir hasta el pueblo. Otra vez.
Yo nada más llegar aquí a la cámara me he comido la primera bocata.
De echarme agua aquí.
Ah, pues por qué no, contigo.
Había pensado, digo, me traigo directamente un bañador. ¿Sabes? Si te echas aquí. Un bañador, te echas aquí agua directamente encima.
se me ha volado el paraguas. Ah, espera, tranqui, te llamo normal. Pero bueno, quedan dos carreras, pero una 40 minutos y una de 20. A ver si se acaba un poco más descaído. ¿Cómo? Sí, ayer acabamos como una hora más tarde. Sí, porque hubo... Pero bueno, ya está. La putada es que mañana tengo que estar a las 7:30 en Carrera. 7:30, eso significa levantarse mañana a las 6. Sí, a ver, tengo que calcular cuando voy a casa, mira, pero si mañana toca madrugar. En teoría pone que a las 6. Sí. eso tengo que hablar contigo. Mi madre ha dicho que va a ir a por ti. Que te calles la puta boca. Dice mi madre, lo que vamos a hacer con las llaves, que lo normal es que no te vayamos a por ella y te esperemos en casa. Y yo no voy a discutir, mamá. Así que lo siento mucho. Se va a tocar. Estar con la chulita. Sí, yo podré hablar contigo. Que mi padre me ha dicho que no quería salir muy pronto, ya, pero tampoco muy tarde. Calculamos para llegar sobre las 5 a Madrid, ¿sabes? Y llegar aquí a carrera a las 6 y llegar a las 7. ¿Con lo que sobre el chongi? ¿Se ha dicho? ¿Oye? Oye, que hablamos luego, ¿vale? No te preocupes. Hola. Oye. Sí, amor, tenemos encendido la cámara así. Ya veo. Hablamos antes de ahora, por favor,
So as we can see, cars on the grid. We're about to go racing with the Carrera 80 and Group 1 Portugal. That is our second race of the day for these cars. And a slight outlier on the grid on the very front row, that being the Shelby Cobra Daytona. Not a car we'd expect to see typically in Carrera 80. That would be more of an Iberian historic endurance car under normal circumstances. But the team of Moitians and Pano running that car this weekend in Carrera 80, I think trying to give the Porsche a little bit of respite since they've been using that car this weekend in the Iberian Historics as well. So a compelling front row of the grid. Lima and Paradella on the front row with the BMW E30 M3. That car, of course, a Group A spec machine. Not sure about the origin of the car. I'm not convinced it's an original chassis, but certainly a lot of work done to bring that car up to Group A equivalent spec. And that car being driven, the number 7, by a very capable pairing that were the quickest out there in the race earlier, but there was a safety car in the midst of the pit window, which frankly they didn't take advantage of, and that ended up costing them dearly. It will be that pairing of Paulo Lima and Jose Paradella who start on pole position. Paradella will be the first driver, joined on the front row by Bryce Pano in the HY Racing car, the Shelby Daytona Cobra. Row 2 of the grid will be the Club Deportivo BMW M3 E36, Revelta Rodriguez and Castro Rodriguez sharing that car. And then it will be the combination of Melo and Diaz in the 527 RP Motorsport Ford Escort RS 2000 on the second row with them. The Gordo Racing Team entry, Gordo and Ferreira sharing their 928S Porsche. They're on row 3 to be joined by the pairing of Mira Gomez and Afoito with the orange-fronted Ford Escort RS 2000 on 6th position on the grid. Then it's the Porsche 968 Club Sport of the Garage João Gomez outfit, Maria Perez and Tejero with that number 57 car. Then it's the number 500, Pardaleo and Rual in their Volkswagen Scirocco from 8th on the grid. Teo Antonio Perez for Ethicar team, the BMW 325i E36 starting from 9th. Castro Pinheiro and Silva Vieira starting from 10th in the Jaguar XJS. Cervera, Pinto and Ferreira with their Golf, the first Volkswagen Golf on the grid, starting from 11th position alongside the EG Honda Civic, the grey car that you can see mid-shot, that being the Alonso Borras and Antonio Zorrilla entry. 13th on the grid, the 587 Cabral Menezes and Pettis in their VW Golf. Samuel Vidal is next in his Escort RS 2000 that had a collision in the first race earlier on. Mura and Aniceto in their Keep On Racing entered VW Golf, the 538 car in 15th on the grid. Then in 16th, the 525, Melo and Gagliardini, or Gagliardini, I should say, in their Golf. João Neves in the Toyota Starlet from 17th on the grid. That's the 67 car. The 560, the Datsun 1200 Coupe GX of Vasconcelos or Vasconcelos and Castro. That car in 18th on the grid, the 560. The 570, Felix Ribeiro, the Alfa Romeo 1600 GT Junior, 19th on the grid. Then it's the first of the Production Cup Datsun 1200s in 20th place, the Xavier family car, alongside the Mini of Rual and Fiera in 21st. 22nd, the number 31 BMW E3325 of Arturo Dino and Di Miguel Eguer. The Gregorio family Datsun 23rd on the grid. Then Santa Barbara and Almeida in their Datsun in 24th, the 565. And then the 526 of Silva and Mateo Alvarez rounding out the 25 car order for this race. We are moments away from going racing. It's the last of our historic races of the weekend from the Jarama Classic, and there's been a bit of a moment there immediately for the Cobra Daytona of Muti and Zampano. They didn't want to overtake the Lima Paradella BMW before the start-finish line. They locked up the brakes to avoid overtaking the BMW E30. And then they dropped back all the way to, what, 6th position, potentially? That was a big loss for them. They didn't want to overtake before the line, lest they get the wrath of the stewards. And they've cost themselves a great deal of track position by obeying the rules. Everybody else making their way through the first sequence of corners here in this combined grid for the Carrera 80 category in the Group 1 Portugal. Look at that BMW E30 well clear of the field in first place. Then in second place it is the Carrera Gordo Racing Team Porsche 928S. And that car being piloted by Pedro Gordo in the first element of this race. So Jose Paradella leading in the BMW. Then Pedro Gordo in second. It is Nuno Afoito in third place, meanwhile, in the Escort RS 2000 that made up some places off the line. 6th on the grid to 3rd. as they run through the second sector. It's the BMW M3 E36 of Rivelta Rodriguez and Castro Rodriguez in 4th. And then the Cobra, the Shelby Daytona Cobra in 5th position. In fact, the Cobra is up to 3rd place already. We just saw a glimpse of that through that camera shot. And indeed, it may well be 2nd by the time we get to the start-finish line. The 928 versus the Cobra in a drag race by the looks of it. There is the Cobra to the inside line. That Shelby Daytona Cobra, the distinctive shape of that car. What a thrill to see it. And a good run so far. Having had that moment on the first lap on the run down to the start line, I think probably flat spotted their tyres and all, but now up to 2nd place. At least it looked like they're up to 2nd place. No, not yet. The Porsche remains in 2nd. It's V8 Porsche versus V8 Shelby then in the battle for 2nd place. The BMW E30 is well clear at the front. Two very different cars, albeit both front-engine V8s at the 2nd place battle. Give the straight line speed advantage to the Cobra, certainly, so we'll see if they can use that. I was going to say use it on the main straight, but never mind, he's used it on the run down to the Bugatti S's. And the Cobra moves forward into 2nd. Again, that was entered and indeed shows on the timing screen as a Porsche RS. But they've elected to wheel the Cobra out for these races, Moitins and Pano. And how special is that to see this car on track in general? Yes, but against opposition you wouldn't typically put it against. V8 soundtrack of that 928, throwing up a little bit of smoke there. Hopefully that was just tyre rub and not anything more sinister. The Moitins and Pano Shelby then up to 2nd position. The 928 of Ferreira and Gordo in 3rd. Front of the field, over 10 seconds clear, is Jose Paradella. Gorgeous E30 M3. This is the production Datsun battle. This is 2nd and 3rd in the class under contest. The Gregorio car leading the 565. Now these guys had a fight in the race earlier today. Manuel Almeida in the slipstream of Guillermo Gregorio. The production cup leader just going through shot there, the other Datsun. The little Mini also involved. It looked to me as if Guillermo Gregorio lost a lot of speed there on a straight. He's lost the position to Manuel Almeida. And with it, I think potentially maybe missed a gear or something like that, because he lost a lot of straight line speed. In fact, am I seeing a little bit of smoke under that car? Hopefully not. There's the gorgeous little Toyota Starlet that just went through shot. João Neves in that car. It's a car I really like to own, a little Toyota Starlet. Oh no, the 526 Volkswagen of Ivan Mateo Alvarez having a moment there, going through the 2nd sector, up at the top of the circuit, up at the Portago Bend. Recovered from it well, didn't lose too much time, but bouncing over those curbs in the Golf, I think probably a little bit alarming. There is the 588 car, which is the leading of the VW Golfs in the field. Would have been started in this race by Armindo Ferreira, and that car runs 10th overall and leads in the Group 1 Portugal 1600cc class, but only by a few tenths of a second. At least it was a few tenths of a second last time by. I think that gap has expanded somewhat. Apologies, that's the 588 car, so that's the Severa, Pinto and Carrera running 4th in that class, rather than the class leading machine, which is a Cabral Menezes and Petty's in 10th overall. That is a team car, same team, RP Motorsport, running that car, but it's running 4th in class, not leading it. There is the E36 BMW. This is a M3 BMW, so that's the first generation of M3, of course, to feature the famed straight 6 E30 4-pot. Ooh, and a bit of a wayward moment there from the Escort, just ahead in 4th place. Mira Gomez and Afoito closing in on that Porsche 928, although the Porsche should have the legs in a straight line and appears to do so. You get the feeling that that Ford is going to be passed before too long. The nimble Escort. Prodigious of a rally car as the Escort is known to be, it somewhat overshadows the fact that it was a jolly good touring car in its day as well, in both Mark 1 and Mark 2 form. And then even, of course, much later on in the Escort lineage, the RS Cosworth was utilised as a touring car here in Spain in the Spanish Championship, with the likes of Luis Perez Sala on driving duties. Then also raced in the Austrian Championship as well. There was an Austrian touring car championship that for a little bit longer kept the kind of Group N regulations that used to be the understudy to Group A. And there were a lot of Escort Cozzis in that grid. The Scirocco there. Good to see a Scirocco out. Not the most common sight on the racing circuits. That car fighting for 2nd in class in its 1600cc element of the Group 1 Portugal grid. And then we join what looks like a slowing Civic, unfortunately. The Ethicar team EG Honda Civic now seems to be picking up speed again, but I wonder if they were just struggling to find a gear. Incidentally, I alluded to that Scirocco fighting for 2nd in class. It's now gotten past for 2nd in class, so the 525 car, the Gagliardini-driven machine, has lost out there. Carlos Gagliardini in the Golf losing out to the Scirocco of Marcos Ruau. Oh, goodness me, the BMW E36 losing one of its kidney grills under braking. I can't say I've seen that happen before. Doubt there's a page in the instruction manual for that eventuality. The Porsche 928 then under pressure, having been overtaken on the previous lap by the Escort. Now fighting it out for what is 5th overall, 4th overall. The Shelby Cobra Daytona in 2nd position of Moitians and Pano. The car is already some 20 seconds back, effectively, from Paradella. Well, 18.9, but as one would expect, the more modern early 90s spec E30, I think that's a car built to kind of ape the later M3s. The M3 was the representative for the BMW brand in Group A up until 1992, the death throes of the of the Group A era. Of course, remember the factory BMWs in DTM. They ran until the end of 1992 with the likes of Joachim Winkelhock. And that is the spec that car apes. Ergo, one would expect it to have a bit of an edge over a car that's 30 years its senior in the form of that Cobra Daytona. I think probably that Cobra, well, in fact almost certainly that Cobra isn't an original Daytona. They are worth entirely too much money. But either way, it is built to 1965 specs. There is the 928 just kicking up some dust as we get a look at it. Just power sliding out of the corner, but as spectacular as that was, it wasn't necessarily efficient, and certainly the driver of the 87 behind will be keeping a watching brief. That 87 car being driven by Gustavo Castro Rodriguez, and Kilian Revelta Rodriguez will take it over for the second phase of the race. Absolutely adore that Porsche 968 that just turned through shot before. Luis Tejero at the wheel of that car. Really gorgeous looking machine. Probably the most spectacular car I've ever laid eyes on, or one of the cars that made the most impression on me when I've laid eyes on it was a 968 C8 CS at Mugello. It was one in yellow on yellow, yellow wheels, yellow paint, and it was on Swiss plates, and it looked fabulous. Move for position there. That was the Scirocco being demoted to P12. Samuel Vidal making his way up the order from a fairly weak starting place after he only got limited laps, of course, in race number 1, having had a collision with 2 other cars down at turn 1 on the previous race. Proper snoot nose on that RS2000, as we do have again 4th place under contest. Gordo once again finding himself under pressure from Castro. Castro to the inside line, and has he got it done? Maybe not quite, because the inside's still with Gordo in the big imposing Porsche 928. Pedro Gordo holds on for the time being, but Gustavo Castro Rodriguez not far behind in that E36 M3. Wouldn't be too much in it from a speed perspective. To be fair, I don't know how built up the engine is in that 928. But certainly, I think if it was a road car drag race, there wouldn't be too much between them in terms of pace. Maybe give the advantage to the V8 on a long straight, but it's an interesting little battle unfolding there. Meanwhile, the 3rd place car, the RS2000s, in the hands of Nuno Afoito, continues on. Almost 15 minutes into this race, and the pit window should have now opened. We're over 50 minutes into this race, of course, and yes, the pit window should now be open. It is now open, and the Cobra Daytona is in the pit lane. So at the first opportunity, that would be Bryce Pano handing over to Oliver Moitiens. Moitiens, who didn't get much chance to drive in the earlier race with a long safety car period. And so that Cobra Daytona will be back out with the vastly experienced Oliver Moitiens at the wheel. He's raced modern GTs in his time as well, going back a couple of decades in Belcar and even in the FIA GT Championship, the flagship Spa 24 Hours. Oliver Moitiens. 2006 edition of Spa 24 Hours in a Viper. One could argue is very much the follow-on from the Cobra in terms of fairly lightweight, short wheelbase chassis and gargantuan engine. So he certainly has a type where it comes to his race cars. Porsche versus BMW continues. Will either party elect to make a pit stop anytime soon? Both drivers will be getting out of the car, so it'd be compelling to see how the driver swap impacts the competitiveness between the two. Across the line they go. Does the BMW have legs on the Porsche? No, I'd say they are about level pegging. Maybe slight edge to the Porsche, which was crossing the line all of 0.3 of a kilometre an hour quicker than the BM. Pit visitors continue on. We've not had many pit stops so far from the front runners, Cobra notwithstanding. We're yet to see Paradella in to hand the car over to Paulo Lima. Lima will take over what looks like a significant lead. Currently 50 seconds between Lima and the Mira Gomez Ford Escort in second place. Again, not entirely unexpected given the specs of the car. Of course, the car that should inherit second place once the pit window is all wrapped up will be that Cobra of Oliver Moitians. There goes the 928 Porsche, a little bit shaky there, coming down the hill. Having to go offline, of course, to avoid the Toyota Starlet and some of the other lap traffic, as into the pits now has come the leading car. So the number 7, Jose Paradella, is in the pit lane, the BMW E30 M3. Paulo Lima will not be far behind. Lima will take the car over from Jose Paradella. Into the pits has come the E36 M3, so that's going to be a driver change from Gustavo Castro Rodriguez to Kilian Revuelta Rodriguez. That car is in, so the pair of M3s on the grid have both come in. There are other BMWs out there, but only 2 M3s. The car that we see there, the Vina livery BMW, the number 35, that's a 325i entered for Teo Antonio Perez by the Efficar team. It's a version of the BMW Straight 6. Always good to see the other BMW 3 Series variants being used. Here in the UK, it is pretty much M3 or nothing where it comes to race builds, and I think that's probably come at the cost of the affordability of owning a road-going BMW M3 of E36 or E46 generation. They are very common in UK paddocks. Someone who'd like an E46 road car one day, I just hope that they're still affordable in a few years. There's the Cobra Daytona, leading among those that have pitted so far. In fact, the M3 hasn't come back out of the pits yet, according to my timing screen. Now it exits the pits, but only now. And that's interesting. That's handed the lead, therefore, to the Cobra Daytona. So a long stop for Lima and Paradella in the E30. Now, there was a handicap applied to this race. How drastic was it, I wonder? Let's have a look. Yeah, that'll do it. Just looking at the handicaps here. The BMW M3, the E30, Paulo Lima, Jose Paradella, 159 seconds, effectively 2 minutes 40 that car had to spend in the pits. The Cobra, 84 seconds only. So that is why that pit was so long. It had to be per the handicaps. The 549 is in. Jose Mira Gomez and Nuno Afoito. That car's also on an 84-second pit stop, so that's not going to be in for that long. It may well leapfrog the E30 briefly as well. The only car left from the front runners who hasn't pitted at this point is the Porsche 928 of Ferreira and Gordo, which will have to pit this time by. That number 594 car has an 84-second pit stop, so that one could well be our race leader, depending on where it comes out relative to Moitians and Pano. That's going to be the interesting point here for the second phase of the race. It could be Porsche 928 versus Shelby Cobra Daytona, only here at the Jarama Classic. 43 seconds between the 928 and the Cobra, so actually with Moitians at the wheel, yeah, 151s, that car has been getting hustled by Oliver Moitians. And as the 928 pits, it will be the Shelby Cobra Daytona that inherits a fairly comfortable lead, because Oliver Moitians has been grabbing that car by the scruff of its neck and is even setting faster sector times than we've seen out of the M3 E30 that was leading this race. The Cobra there in the back of shot, actually, and what kind of lap time does it set? It's a 151.311. That is jolly good going, and that puts that car into the race lead. This time by, we should be able to gauge the interval between that car and the other competitors. Here is the battle for what might end up being second place. No, because here comes the second place car leaving the pits. The Porsche 928 of Ferreira and Gordo will exit in second. And this is the battle for what is currently third place and will be third place. Mira Gomez and Afoito. Mira Gomez, having taken over that escort, is now under pressure from Rivelto Rodriguez. Rodriguez going by and moving into what will be third place. And there's his old friend, the Porsche 968. They were racing each other in the first phase. Can he go around the outside of the Porsche? Yes, as he rejoins, the Porsche gets demoted to third place. And that E36 BMW M3 is therefore up to second. The 968 is running a lap down on these guys with a longer pit stop again. I think the key here is that the Carrera 80 drivers have longer stops than those in the Group 1 Portugal series, and that's why we're seeing some discrepancy in terms of pit stop times. But yes, that Porsche 968 has just unlapped itself effectively from a few cars. Unfortunately, is running only 12th overall. So then, leader in class and overall is the Moitians and Pano Shelby Cobra Daytona, leading by 47 seconds over the BMW M3 of Revelta Rodriguez. Then it's the Gordo Racing Team Porsche 928, the 594 car, now being driven by Ruben Ferreira. That car sits in 3rd position, although it's falling back, and I think actually under scrutiny and pressure increasingly from Mira Gomez in that 549 in 4th position. In 5th place is the recovering Lima and Paradella BMW E30. Again, that car's had a much longer pit stop. It's scything its way back towards the podium. Some serious work to do to get there, though. It does seem as though in the hands of Lima it is not quite as rapid. In 6th position, the Melo and Diaz Pedro Ford Escort, the 527. In 7th place, the 35 Fina liveried BMW 325i E36 of Teo Antonio Perez. The Castro and Silva Jaguar XJS running 8th overall. Then the first of the 1600cc Group 1 Portugal cars, the Cabral Menezes and Petis car, now driven by Cabral Menezes, running 9th overall and leading the 1600s, and then rounding out the top 10 is the number 500 car, that being the Pardaleo Ruau Volkswagen Scirocco that Pardaleo will have just taken over in the pits. The pit stop window has ended. As we see there, the Datsun 1200 Coupe making a move for 19th place. Felix Ribeiro there losing out to the driver of the 570. 560, sorry, in João E. Vasconcelos. Ah, but the Alfa, quicker in a straight line, draws right back past. And Felix Ribeiro keeping the position for now. Rather less sporting shape, to be generous, than the Alfa Romeo 1600 GT Junior. I may be so bold. It's quite a well-sported car. Good out of the corners, as we see yet again. They'll be side by side heading up the hill here. Has the Datsun got the better of the Alfa? No, as they both get lapped by the Scirocco of Nuna Pardaleo. The Alfa retains the position for the time being. So at the front of the field, the Moitians Cobra leads the race. That gap is 38.2 seconds. And in fact, Moitians' last couple of laps have been fairly uncompetitive. 2:02s only from Oliver Moitians. Very experienced driver. I just wonder if he's cruising around for the sake of car conservation. But 2:05 last time by. That's not a great lap by any stretch of the imagination. He was doing 151s in his hands a little while ago, and into the pits has come the 549. He was fighting for 3rd place. And unfortunately, Jose Mira Gomez into the pits, bonnet up. And that car unlikely to take a top 10 finish, having been fighting for a podium place. That's a big shame. But as we look on at the Escort, on the previous lap, with 8.5 minutes of racing left to go, the 2nd place car, the BMW M3 E36 of Kilian Revuelta Rodriguez did a 1 minute 57.9. The Cobra in the lead did a 2:05.624. That is a huge gain of 8 seconds in a single lap. And it's continuing to drop down the gap between the two. It's at 32 seconds at the moment. If there are 4 more laps in this race, and there are, and Moitians doesn't have any pace to offer, this could be a change of lead ultimately. In the only time I can ever remember watching a Shelby Cobra Daytona race at a BMW M3 E36, we could have a grandstand finish here. That's a move for position on screen as the XJS tries to go around the outside for 6th place with the BMW 325i of Teo Antonio Perez. Perez holds on to P6 for the time being as we get some Ford Motor content here with the bonnet open. Has Teo Antonio Perez held on to 6th place, I wonder, or did the XJS get through? Of course, 325 would be more sure-footed through the first sector, and indeed, they are still in the same order. So the BMW and the Jaguar, 6th and 7th overall, and they're still fighting it out. But there it is on screen. The big XJS looking to move up into 6th overall here. Straight 6 versus V12. Cars with different strengths and weaknesses, I'm quite sure, although a V12 not as quick in a straight line as I thought it might be compared to the BMW. Last lap, Castro Pinheiro was some 1.5 seconds quicker than the Teo Antonio Perez machine. So I'd expect a change before long, probably down the main straight, if anything, given that V12 Jag should have the beans compared to a 325i. Here they come onto the main straight. Is this going to be the moment that 6th changes hands definitively? The Jaguar pulls to what will be the outside line and gets clear before they even get to the braking zone, but I think the Jag brakes a lot earlier. As long as he stops for the corner, and it looks like he's succeeded at doing so, it will be the Jaguar XJS of Teo Antonio Perez that, or rather, sorry, the XJS of Castro Pinheiro that moves up into 6th overall. See that he's hustling on in that big Jag, Andre Castro Pinheiro. Just under 5 minutes of this race left to go. What is the interval now between the top two, I wonder? And also, is this a battle for position? I think it could be. Yes, there's just been a change actually for the 1600cc class lead. The Scirocco of Pardaleo has moved into the class lead in 8th overall, at the expense of Cabo Menezes in the Golf just behind. The Scirocco now leads the 1600cc class once again in Group 1 Portugal Pre-81 class. At the front of the field, the gap continues to drop down fairly quickly between Oliver Moitians and Revuelta Rodriguez behind him. Kilian Revuelta Rodriguez 21.7 seconds back, having made up 2 seconds in the first sector alone. But with 3.5 minutes to go and a 21-second gap, even though there's on average about 6 seconds a lap being taken out of the Cobra by the M3, I think Moichins is going to hold on. I'd really be interested to find that Cobra on track and try and give it a listen. See whether or not it's running on all 8 cylinders. Because that rate of drop-off strikes me as more than just Moichins running steady. 13 seconds a lap is more than just running steady. There is the Cobra. Can we hear it here coming up turn 1? Not really. I only heard the BMW nearby. Now on the previous lap, the BMW M3 was very slow through the final sector. A 42.2 versus a 34.0 in the final sector between the Cobra and the BMW. And that tells me that there was either an error or a drama of some sort for the M3 of Revuelta. That might just be the buffer that Oliver Moichins needs. Let's listen to the Cobra here. Or maybe not. But we just saw the BMW go through shot there in second place, and it's lost a huge chunk of time. Indeed, the timing screen seems to have gone a bit haywire as it pertains to the 87 BMW, but the second place car has certainly lost some time here to the leader. Yeah, again, 1 minute 12 in the first sector for Revuelta Rodriguez. I think that E36 M3 in second place is now nursing an issue. It's 53 seconds back all of a sudden from the Cobra. And the BMW M3 is actually falling into the clutches of the Porsche 928. Carrera and Gordo's Porsche not too far away, only 11 seconds back. And also of note is the BMW E30 M3. The E30 M3 that was leading prior to the pit stop handicaps, the Lima Paradella car, about to get back onto the overall podium because it's hunting down the Porsche 928 for third position. So that is going to be potentially a change of place in the next few moments here. Ruben Ferreira in the 928 Porsche closing in on the E30 M, being closed in on by the E30 M3 of Paulo Lima for third position here at the end of the race. But on what is the final lap, the Shelby Cobra Daytona, the gorgeous lines of the Daytona. Certainly an unconventional car to squeeze into the Carrera 80 package, but it's here and it's been a great thing to watch. And sure enough, Oliver Moichins, along with Bryce Pano, who took the first start of this, or first phase of this race, are going to claim a victory in the big Shelby, defeating much younger opposition. Sometimes there's no replacement for firepower, and that's what the Cobra offers in spades. It takes the checkered flag to win the race. Congratulations to Oliver Moichins and Bryce Pano. Meanwhile, there has been a change, as I suggested, for third place, as Paulo Lima has gotten around the 928 of Carrera on the final lap for third position. So the BMW E30 M3 up into third place. in second position. Coming across the line there, the Revelta Rodriguez driven 87, and then next of the lead lap finishes will be that BMW E30 M3 in third place. There is Lima coming round the final corner and will take third overall. Comes across the line now. And a solid result for them with that handicap in mind, beating the Porsche 928 to the line with an overtake on the final lap for third overall. Teo Antonio Perez taking fifth position, or should take fifth position once he crosses the line in a few moments, in the Ethicar BMW 325i. Indeed, after that overtake that we saw, I was just about to say, the Jaguar XJS, after Teo Antonio Perez was overtaken by it a few laps ago, it's dropped down to 7th on the timing screen, and unfortunately it's not going to take the checkered flag. It will be classified 7th overall as the last car on the lead lap, but the big Jag XJS of Castro Pinheiro and Silva Vieira, not the end that they'd have wanted, having moved up to what would have been 5th overall. They've dropped back to 7th with a last lap problem. The Scirocco of Pardaleo and Rual has finished 8th overall to win the 1600cc class of the historic 81s. Carbo Menezes and Pettis in the H81s. Second in class, also a 1600cc car, and rounding out the top 10, the Porsche 968 of Tejero and Maria Perez, which we saw running a lap down. In the Production Cup, it was the Xavier family who won this time among the Datsun 1200s. Here is your overall top 10, which we've already talked you through, but Melo and Diaz Pedro, actually, we didn't mention them. They were 6th overall in that H81 2000cc class in the Escort RS 2000. So they claimed 6th overall. There's the rest of your overall top 10 on screen, who we've already discussed. In 11th place, it was Melo and Gagliardini in the RP Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, the 525. Then the 526 car, another of the Golfs. The Silva and Mateo Alvarez car in 12th, the Toyota Starlet of João Neves in 13th, the Alonso Borges and Antonio Zurilla Ethicar Honda Civic in 14th position, ahead of Samuel Vidal and his Escort in 15th, Mora and Aniceto in 16th position, Felix Ribeiro in the Alfa Romeo Junior in 17th, eventually getting the better of the Datsun 1200 Coupe that he was racing earlier on, the Vasconcelos car. The Xaviers in their Datsun 1200 winning Production Cup, as I said, ahead of the Santa Barbara and Almeida duo in their Datsun 1200. The Mini of Raul Fiera taking 21st, the Gregorios taking 22nd, and that was the last of our finishers. Of course, we lost that that Ford Escort RS 2000 of Mira Gomez and Afoito towards the end of the race, sadly, and a couple of other cars non-finishing as well. Sweep up underway around the circuit then. And in just a couple of moments, we will see the next grid and the final race of the day released onto the circuit. That will be the single-seaters, and we'll see them out on track in just a couple of moments as we get ready for the final race of the weekend here at the Jarama Classic. So then, next up and last up for this weekend, it is the single-seater series, with a majority of the field running Tatus Formula Renault 2-litre machinery. And in the first race earlier on, we saw Fernando Maya win quite comfortably, but was under pressure for much of the early stages by Duarte Perez. We'll see if he can match up to that speed once again here. It'll be a 20-minute race for these cars. And it will be Duarte Perez starting this one from pole position, as we can see there on the grid, the black and yellow machine of Duarte Perez, then Fernando Maya in his slightly newer Tatus Formula Renault chassis in second place, then Andre Pardal, who was less of a factor than I expected, actually, from third overall, which is where he finished in the previous race. Fernando Laranjo fourth in his Ferrari-esque livery, that car, a Mygale PNC 2001. That's a car that ran in the Formula Novis category in the 2000s. Christopher Kirby Higgs in fifth position in another of the Formula Renault cars. Ruiz Silva in sixth position. And then at the very back of the field is this, the Gloria B4, with its uniquely high-mounted rear wing. It's an Italian-built machine, often seen on hill climbs, but also in circuit racing, and that car starting from the rear of the field. So, the cars on their formation lap, just going through the Portago bend at the moment. Always great to see single-seaters here at the Jarama circuit. Of course, historically a home of the Spanish Formula One Grand Prix in the 1980s. The circuit has been somewhat reprofiled since then. I should say, of course, that it was the 1970s where Jarama first hosted Formula One, was the venue that picked up from Montjuïc in Barcelona. And by the early 80s, the series Formula One moved away again. I think 1981 was the last race here. The track in its original configuration had a much different middle sector. Ascari and Portago reprofiled about 35 years ago, but the circuit has remained largely the same over the years, making it a bit of an outlier. But always good when a circuit retains its profile. Over the years, you get to see the lap times improve and the technology improve with the cars when you've got the same track to look at year after year, and Jarama is one of those cases where it's been the same since 1990 after some significant reprofiling work. And we are underway in the single-seater series, and it's a good start from Duarte Perez, our pole sitter, with a good launch. Perez then leading into the first corner by the looks of it, although Fernando Meyer Gaspar was not far behind. In fact, Meyer around the outside may have the lead here. Perez will be desperate to hold on, and he does so, just getting to the apex before Fernando Meyer. Meyer, though, trying to go around the outside, and Perez having none of it, forcing him to go around the outside, but Meyer is game, and he's got a good run there out of the Farina Bend. Still side by side as they head up the hill. They're going to emerge together. Duarte Perez just about stays ahead, but he is going to have a tough time holding back Fernando Meyer based on the speed and indeed the gumption that we just saw. Andre Pardal could get involved in this as well if they continue to scrap like that. Duarte Perez, though, the early race leader. There's your top three. Perez from Meyer from Pardal. Pardal dropped off the top two in the first race, and it looks like he's doing the same here. Again, not quite matching Perez in the way that he did at Portimao for the first event of the season. There is your top three, and that's a big lockup by Andre Pardal. I reckon that will have flat spotted the tyres. Perez will be relieved to be leading this race. I think he feared the outcome of allowing Fernando Meyer through in those opening corners. Meyer again, slightly newer car. The car, I think, also a bit lighter, certainly a bit wider. You can see that much. Slightly more advanced aero on that late 2000s example of the Formula Renault. The Duarte Perez car more 2001, 2002, so about 5 or 6 years older than the Fernando Meyer car. So then Perez leading the race, although again I think he has a transponder issue persisting from race one, where we're not getting his sector split times through. In fact, we are, so no, I think his transponder is playing ball this time. Perez across the line was actually fractionally quicker than Fernando Meyer on that lap. And Pardal was only a couple of tenths away as well. All three of the top three cars within 2 tenths. Pardal seems to be a little bit quicker on this lap. Perez from Meyer. Meyer was 3 tenths up through the first sector alone, so I think that was an outlier, a one-off. Meanwhile, Andre Pardal has dropped off them again now. Pardal's pace fleeting. Perez and Fernando Meyer make their way through towards the Bugatti S's. We're going 20 minutes in this race, and we are not yet one quarter distance. As it stands, Duarte Perez, I think, is going to be going through a lot of pressure for a very long time. Slightly defensive there into the first corner, and Fernando Meyer tempted almost to have a look to the inside line as they made their way through the first proper corner, as I insist on calling it, Fangio Bend as it's known. The little kink on the approach to that first braking zone is called Nuvolari. Matteo Nuvolari, an all-time great, it's not much of a corner. So scantly mentioned this weekend. Perez holding on for the time being then, although he's a bit sluggish through the apex there up at the top of the circuit at Portugal. Didn't seem to affect him too much, but look at Mayer. Mayer seems to be a step more committed under braking in particular. That seems to be where a lot of the time is made up. And indeed, we saw earlier that the slightly older cars were a little bit quicker actually in the speed trap. Whether that might be down to slightly less aero, thus slightly less drag. They're going to head by the Gloria. Would not much want to be in that car when they go streaming past that much quicker. But Martin Sierra continues on his way. So then, Perez driving through the mirrors. Fernando Mayer Mayer, I should say, watching on in that number 2 car, both prepared by the G-Tech team. Just to cover the rest of the grid momentarily. We have Andre Pardal in 3rd as they get close at the front. Fernando Laranjo 4th in the Formula Novis car. Then Christopher Kirby-Higgs. Then Rui Silva 10 seconds back from him. And Martin Sierra, who we've already seen go a lap down at the back of the field. Andre Pardal still just there in the back of shot, while Fernando Mayer continues to look particularly aggressive and impressive into the braking zones. It's just that, particularly for the main overtaking opportunity on this circuit at turn 1, that long straight on the run down to the first corner doesn't really favour him. It seems that particularly the Bugatti S's, he's just way later on the brakes than Perez. And Perez, I was just about to say, spent much of the first race locking that right front, left front tyre. And we saw the same just there. Does have to be a little bit careful of that. Can Fernando Mayer find a way through? He's got 11 minutes in which to do it. Something tells me that if it's going to happen at the bottom of this hill at the Bugatti S's, because that's where Mayer has been carrying a lot more speed. And again, look at how much he closes under braking. Just so much more confident in that section of the circuit. He finds Duarte Perez kind of parked at the apex every time. Again, quicker through here as well. And Perez getting a little bit loose there. That cost him a little momentum. But again, Fernando Mayer on the go. Can he get it done around the outside? He's later under braking. He's got it done around the outside. Fernando Mayer. That one started all the way back at the penultimate corner where Perez was unsettled and struggled to get the car out of the corner. At which point, Mayer was close enough to use that late braking that he has in his arsenal to move into the lead. He was the fastest of anybody through sector 1. He was properly committed to late braking into that first corner. Just got it stopped on a dime. And now Duarte Perez is going to face quite the task to try and get back. I'm not convinced he can do it. Look at how the gap is already extending between Mayer and Perez. A fantastic move from Fernando Mayer to move into the race lead. Across the line they go to begin another lap as we check in with the Gloria B4. Powered, as I understand it, by Yamaha R1 engine, although that doesn't sound much like a motorcycle engine to me. Let's listen. Hard to tell through that shot. But, Antonio Martin Sierra running at the back of the field. We check in on Christopher Kirby Higgs running in 5th position in his very smartly outfitted Fun Speed Racing engineering car. In the kind of factory Renault colours of around a decade ago. The Lotus Renault F1 team became Lotus and then became Renault again. 2016. Indeed, 2016 was the first year back for Renault in Formula 1, now of course known as Alpine. Rather strangely not running a Renault developed motor anymore, an Alpine Mercedes, not something I can ever quite get my head around. Motorsport is a layer cake of mysteries, negotiations, and some sideways moves, particularly at the highest level. Fernando Mayer making his way around Antonio Martin there in the Gloria B4 once again. Perez certainly not falling too far back from Fernando Mayer, only 9/10 back at the line, but Mayer has certainly ramped up the pace now that he's gotten past Duarte Perez. Perez will be kicking himself. He was doing a good job at holding the number 2 car back, but it was just that one mistake on corner exit out of the bend known as Monza that cost him the straight line speed down the main straight and put him within range of Fernando Mayer's excellent late braking ability. Across the line they will come to complete lap 9 of the race. On to lap 10 they go. In the slipstream is Duarte Perez. You can see him closing some more down the main straight, but then under braking he loses out to Fernando Mayer, although Mayer was struggling a bit there to get that car stopped. Perez is back on the attack here. Can Perez make it work? close enough for a move, but he's keeping Fernando Maya extremely honest. Maya forced a mistake out of Perez. Can Perez force a mistake out of Maya? Four and a half minutes of racing left to run here. Downhill towards the Bugatti S's once more, and this is the section where Maya has traditionally made his time. Ooh, but Duarte Perez was very late on the brakes there. It's almost as if roles have reversed a little bit here. If Perez can get himself close enough to the back of Maya down the long straight where that older Formula Renault car seems to be a little more well sorted, that could work nicely, although he lost some time there at Monza. As they head out of the Maria di Villota bend, I think Perez slightly too far back. Saying that, by the time they get to the end of the straight, Maya punching that hole through the air that Perez will gladly utilise. Oh, Maya got a bit twitchy there. I think he missed the apex, but can't quite get that move done. Duarte Perez, if he can nail the run through the Monza bend, he will get back past. If he can be this close when they exit the penultimate corner, he could get it done on the main straight. He's got 3 more minutes of racing. I think it will be, what, 2.5 laps? Yeah, 2.5 laps to go, I think. Again, let's see how Perez handles the Monza bend on this occasion. He's closer. Again, just feel like he takes it a bit too tight and costs himself some apex speed, but he's in the slipstream as they run down the main straight. The black and yellow car should be quicker as it has been on previous laps. You can see him closing. He's going to go to the outside of Maya. He's not going to be close enough. But goodness me, is he trying. Fernando Maya has had a lot to contend with in this race as Perez locking up a little bit there. Perez was offered the inside by Maya. He wanted to take it, but then just under-rotating that left front tyre once again. Perez right there with Maya. They will start their final lap this time by opportunity running out for Duarte Perez. Perez again heading uphill towards the Monza bend. This is the critical corner where if he nails it, he might be close enough to make a move on Maya. Trying to back out of the first element of the corner there to get a better run off the turn. And you know what? That might have worked. I think he's a little bit closer to Fernando Maya. He is a little bit closer to Fernando Maya. He's going to have the run as they go down the main straight. He wants the inside. He's given the outside. Duarte Perez with the nose ahead as they run to the first turn. He's got the whole car ahead. He goes to the inside line as the race leader now. Maya tries to go around the outside. Can they get it done? Oh, Duarte Perez with opposite lock. A big sideways moment. And Fernando Maya reclaims the lead. Duarte Perez briefly down that main straight had the lead back in his possession, but it wasn't to be. It's the final lap of this motor race. Perez is going to have to do something we've not seen all day from him in order to get this done. It's been the main straight into turn 1 where Duarte Perez has been strong. And while he was strong there, Mayer around the outside, planted on corner exit, where Duarte Perez's rear axle got away from him. Perez, again, I think he's started to overheat those rear tyres. Another big slide. As they head downhill towards the Bugatti S's, I think Fernando Mayer has done enough here. If Perez can get a similar run out of Monza as to what he did last time, he might just be able to make it a drag race to the line, but I'm not convinced. But he's got enough in the locker here to beat Fernando Mayer home. Mayer through the final corner. He's got the advantage he needs. He is going to win the second race of the day for the single-seater series. It's a double victory day for Fernando Mayer Gaspar in the G-Tech entered Formula Renault machine, the newest car on the grid, taking the win. But my goodness, did Duarte Perez work hard for that. And a round of applause from Perez to Fernando Mayer. Mutual respect between the G-Tech teammates, and you can understand why after watching those last laps. All credit to Duarte Perez using his car's strengths and holding on to Fernando Mayer in a way that he didn't in race 1 of the weekend. I was really impressed with that. Fantastic racing from the single-seater series drivers. Andre Pardal has crossed the line for 3rd. Fernando Laranjo in 4th position. And then we see in 5th place Christopher Kirby Higgs, who just came across the line. Rui Silva taking 6th position ultimately. And then Gloria B4 of Antonio Martin Sierra rounding out the 7-car finishing order. When you have a smaller grid, you often think to yourself, will this race be entertaining? Well, this one absolutely was. What a perfect way to conclude the day's festivities at the Jarama Classic, which has once again been a resounding success and a lot of fun for the spectators here trackside. The Iberian Supercars as the main event, lots of great historic racing, and the single-seater series as well, giving us a lot to watch. Fernando Mayer winning the second race by just 0.3 of a second over Duarte Perez. Andre Pardal taking 3rd ahead of Fernando Laranjo. Christopher Kirby Higgs in 5th place. Rui Silva in 6th. And then Antonio Martin Sierra rounding out the 7-car order. A 7-car race, yes. But my goodness, I think we may have had more than 7 lead changes over the course of that one. It was a lot of fun to watch. Great day of racing concludes then here at the Jarama Classic. Let's take a look back at some highlights of that one. It was Duarte Perez on pole position for the second race of the day in the single-seater series. And as the race began, he would do just enough to retain the lead through the opening corners. However, Fernando Mayer pushed exceedingly hard to try and get through on the first lap. They were side by side all through the first sector before eventually going single file on the run-up to Ascari. Fernando Mayer would proceed to push on and keep honest Duarte Perez. Andre Pardal was also with them early on, but would soon start to fall back a little bit. we consistently see Fernando Maya on the braking zones, particularly on the run into the Bugatti S's, looking quicker than the Duarte Pires number 29 black and yellow machine. Pires would lose out to Fernando Maya on the run down to the first corner after running it wide and losing some time out of the penultimate corner. Maya outbraked him into the first turn, but Duarte Pires was not done. Hitched himself to the rear of Fernando Maya, tried to fight back, drew alongside and passed on the run down to the first corner on the penultimate lap of the race. They'd be side by side through turn one. Maya with great confidence sweeping around the outside. Duarte Pires asking a little too much of the rear tyres. And that would ultimately be the defining moment. Fernando Maya holding on. And he would cross the line to take the win. A much-deserved victory for Fernando Maya in our final race of the day. And our second race of the weekend for the single-seater series. Maya from Pires, Pardal, Laranjo, Christopher Kirby Higgs, Rui Silva and Antonio Martin Sierra, your finishing order in the single-seater series. That concludes our day of action here at the Jarama Classic. All that remains for me to say is thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you join us next time in Iberian Supercars when we take on the streets of Villarreal. That will be a special event. That takes place from the 11th to 12th of July at Villarreal. Make sure you join us then. Goodbye for now.
Lo plano para terminar la prueba.